Cultfiggatv. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution, and I got some late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. We got them, y'all. Busted. They busted. Be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. Let everybody know that Cult Figure is on early today. We got daytime revolutionary services. Salute Kinfo. We in here. Y'all be sure to salute families, share the platform. Now, salute. I want y'all to remember on 9/11, what did they do? They shorted the airplane stocks before 9/11 happened. That's another way the people was able to see the small hats was in on 9/11. They made money on the stock market, betting against the airlines, saying something devastating was going to happen to those airlines. Then when something devastating happened, they made a bunch of money. Well, guess what? We caught them. They done that with Trump. On Friday, they betted against Trump's stocks. And on Saturday, they hit big. Let's get into that.
Hey, I'll see you on tour in Las Vegas, Chicago, and Grand Rapids. In Chicago, it's stand-up and a live panel show. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and make sure you go to jimmydore.com. Hey, get this. Someone shorted Donald Trump's stock, which is that Truth Social.
Really?
On Friday,
they betted
the day before the shooting. Soon-to-be unmasked entities bet that the President Trump's DJT stock would plummet one day before the assassination attempt. Shorts against the Truth Social stock more than doubled from July 1st to July 12th, meaning people or large organizations were predicting that by Monday, the stock would plummet. So that's when you short something, that means you think the stock is going to go down in value.
So they felt like he was finna be finished.
Not go up. That's the opposite of investing. Something that undoubtedly would have occurred had so if President Trump was assassinated and died,
because
the stock from his Truth Social would have plummeted because he's no longer going to be on Truth Social, and that's the only reason anybody goes there. This could mean some had foreknowledge of the plot against President Trump's life and tried to profit off the coming calamity. So a very similar thing happened with the airlines before 9/11. Just a complete coinkydink. This also happened on 9/11, where bets were placed against the stocks of major airline companies, American and United, a day before the attack. An investigation showed that in both cases, a single entity and a well-placed insider newsletter tipped off investors to miraculously bet against the top two airlines in the United States, who took a major hit after the hijackings. Here's what it looks like. So here's his stock. I don't know what that means. I'm just going to be honest. I don't know what this thing means.
Just keep pointing to it, Jimmy.
But there it is. It looks like something big happened. Right? It looked like it went down and then bam.
They was expecting it to stay down because they thought he was going to get hit.
Yeah. So this, I don't know what this shows, but maybe it shows them betting against it. But they did do that. There's Champagne Joshi. He says, I may have found something potentially important. Can someone please explain to me the extreme disparity between trade volume and the day high for Trump stock, hashtag DJT, for Thursday, July 11th and Friday, July 12th, the day before the assassination attempt? This is directly from TMTG Corporation. Look, Thursday's volume was 3,956,160. Friday's volume, 35,643,508. Thursday's high, $30. Friday's high, $15,000. That Friday high has to be a mistake, right? Even if it is, the extreme swing in volume should definitely warrant further investigation. That is an 801% increase in one day, the day before the attempt on Trump's life. And is that Friday high real?
It's bigger than
if that Friday high is real, hold on to your boots, my friends. I may have discovered something huge. So, again, I'm also not smart enough to know what this means. Maybe somebody else does.
They bet on Friday.
And then I'm not smart enough to know what this means either. But this is his proof. So I don't know. You tell me.
On Friday that his company was finished.
So on the 12th, it closed at $30. Day high 15,638. The day low was 30. The volume 35. So I don't know what any of this means.
BlackRock.
Maybe someone's texting me who does know. Oh no. So anyway, it looks like someone they shorted Donald Trump's stock the day before in a big way. I'm sure it was just a lone gunman who had no social media, had no manifesto, was supposed to be a bad shot. I'm sure it's just he was allowed to get in a secured area, climb up on a roof where they had snipers inside. Who saw him? Not once, not twice, 3 times. And what did they do?
And now we got it on the news today. The snipers saw him through their scopes for 20 minutes.
Nothing. I'm sure it's exactly how the head of the Secret Service says it happened. I'm sure the same, who, by the way, works under the same umbrella now as the FBI. The FBI who lied to the FISA court 17 times so they could tap Donald Trump's phone. Hey, I'll see you on tour in Las Vegas, Chicago, and Grand Rapids.
And we can see here, the date is July 12th, 2024. A company called Austin Private Wealth, LLC, bought 12 million puts on DJT. I'm not an expert on what this means. I'm bringing it up because it's been going viral like crazy. And what's being suggested is that these are shorts on DJT, on Truth Social the day before the assassination attempt, and more puts, more shorts than all of the others combined since this company's existence. So a lot of people naturally are asking, whoa.
So on one day, they shorted the company in one day more than it's ever been shorted the entire time it's been existing.
Hold on. Some wealth LLC company bought more shorts ever before someone tried to kill Trump?
Explain a short. Like I'm 5.
Okay, you're betting a stock will fail. Okay, that's the simplest. The now that that's 5. 5th grade is I ask Hannah Claire if I can borrow her Coca-Cola. I then tell Viva I'll sell it to him for $1.
I then forget who sold it to me, drink it, and then what happens?
And then I hope that the cost of a Coke drops to 10 cents so that I can buy a different one for 10 cents. Say, here's your Coke back, Hannah Claire, and keep the 90 cents.
I see.
Yeah. So if it is
use of prop, that was great. Yeah, that was.
If it is true that, again, I don't know if anybody watching can confirm this or can look into more about what it means. It suggests, or it's being suggested by many people, someone somehow made the best bet imaginable were it to have been that Trump did not tilt his head forward 3 degrees.
And it fits a pattern. I mean, you go back to 9/11, there were people shorting airline stocks right before 9/11. Some of that was never fully explained. There were some people that tied it into a range of different complicit parties. And what it is people can't help themselves. Somebody has inside information, wants to make a ton of money, and they get rich off of it, and they're part of the complicit parties. But when you're looking for some sort of broad-based conspiracy or complicity or inside job at some level with one of these kind of dramatic events, that you look for unusual stock activities, either buying stock or shorting stock that is connected to an enterprise that is going to have a massive stock adjustment in response to that particular event.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if this really happened, we don't know for sure, but it appears it happened, then this is extraordinarily suspect. And Congress, if they're serious, needs to investigate.
And that's the same thing we saw during COVID. with Senator insider trading. That's the same thing we saw during 9/11 with stock options, specifically on United and American Airlines, that were never kind of clarified to who actually profited tremendously from. As of course, there was also weird insurance policies there, but I'll stop there.
Just to clarify for everyone out there, for those who are too young to remember, the short selling of airline stocks pre 9/11 is not a rumor. It's not an unsubstantiated accusation. It's a bona fide fact.
Oh, yeah. So there's no question. And they've had different explanations to who did it and why they did it and why it may or may not be related. But the scale and scope of the short is what Tim is.
It was record breaking.
Exactly. That was extraordinary.
But you're saying they never really got to the bottom of it?
Yeah,
conveniently.
I wonder why they never investigated that.
Yeah.
Because if someone is going to make a bet that a stock is going to fail right before a cataclysmic event, it indicates at the very least some foreknowledge or astronomically dumb luck.
And just to add to the ELI 5 for the shorting, it's betting something's going to go down within a certain period of time. At the end of a month or so, you have to buy it back. And so if it goes up and skyrockets like what we saw with GameStop, then whoever shorted it gets screwed because they got to buy back stock they don't actually own for the market price, which could be through the roof. Bottom line, something bad's going to happen within a month to DJT, sell it short now. And you don't even know when or where on what specific date, just within that time frame.
And how long, this 12 million, what was the time period you were saying? It's I
don't know. I don't know if it says on here.
No,
honestly.
I mean you said it's a larger number than all of them combined.
12 million is the largest. It says put option. It's the largest we've seen. Then, I mean, if you were to add them all up, it doesn't reach 12 million.
It's
all
the
other
biggest
shorts.
single bet that Trump's stock was going to dramatically decline in a very short order.
If Trump.
So who is this company?
That we don't know yet.
I mean, it looks like a wealth management company. It looks like they've got a lot of holdings. It looks fairly normal. It may, and this is important too. It may be unrelated to that company.
Right.
If they're a wealth management firm and a client went to them and said, "Hey, I want to do make this purchase for me," they go, "You got it, boss." Or it could be like one company says, "We want to move some of our holdings with it from you guys to a short on this." We don't know who it was. There's probably layers after layers after layers on this one.
And do you think we'd ever get an answer? Because that's the problem for most American people.
Yes.
It's either too confusing to follow, or you just wait forever and it gets buried on all the news cycles.
The white
answer
pill,
is yes.
The white pill October surprise. The leaker, someone comes forward and says who put in that order, or the company. You go find it out and see who they're connected to.
Well, no. I mean, look, first I'll say there's always a possibility of astronomical odds that someone just made the purchase. I also want to point out I don't know enough about Fintel, and I don't know enough about how put and all this stuff works to be able to say definitively we know what this is. It's just it's rumors circulating around. However, in the event that the rumors are correct, and this is a massive record-breaking short sale against Donald Trump as a person, because without him, there's no Truth Social, I do believe we will get an answer to this question. And Tucker Carlson said it better than I could. He said there were many people in Congress who fully expect themselves to be on that stage at some point, to be in the same position. And if they feel that they cannot be safe in that position, then it's going to make them very upset. The incentive now is for basically every senator and member of Congress with presidential ambitions to get to the bottom of this before they reach that throne room.
Yeah.
And according to NASDAQ, Fintel is a leading provider of financial data.
Republican senators are hot. I'm gonna show the video. They ambushed the head of Secret Service, the lady at the Republican convention. They demanding answers, and she just brushing them off. It go to show you, like, damn, who really run the country if the senators is demanding that she give them answers and she don't want to tell them shit.
Data and insights for intelligence, data-driven investors with coverage of over 75,000 listed companies on all major stock exchanges. Fintel has the most comprehensive coverage of global equities at prices.
Look, and the website says funds shorting Trump Media and Technology Group. Green rows indicate new positions. The website says Austin Private Wealth has a 12 million share short on DJT the day before someone tried to take his life.
Exactly.
4chan. You know what to do.
But that's interesting, though. I mean, when people are looking for answers, more and more, it's the internet that provides them, not any of the officials, not even any of the investigative journalists. A lot of it is just online.
Well, no crap. I mean, if the internet and legacy media existed at the time of JFK, I mean, you might have had the term conspiracy coined, and they might have said he fell and knocked his head. If it weren't in the age of digital media, social media, and independent journalists for what happened on Saturday in Pennsylvania, they'd move on to another story by now already.
There was someone a woman posted a video being in Times Square in a restaurant, and she's like, because of Twitter, I know what's going on. I know about this attempted assassination, but none of the TVs are playing any breaking news, right?
Wow.
It's like you live in two separate worlds, people that are plugged into the internet, which admittedly sometimes it's not so good, and people who exist in this other space that is insulated to them because of the mainstream media.
Well, now I do remember it was Tim who said he was playing poker and he got the news and someone else got the news, but it wasn't on any of the mainstream media outlets.
It's so crazy to me. I thought if something like that were to happen, you'd get an intercom announcement from management at the casino being like, ladies and gentlemen, we regret to inform you this thing happened. It is a shocking moment in American history. Every TV channel, every news channel was talking about it. But in the poker room and in the casino, they're just playing football or baseball and sporting events, and nobody knew.
Mm-hmm.
We know who should investigate this. This is a Texas-based business. So remember, the Kennedy assassination only got exposed because the New Orleans prosecutor decided to investigate it. The feds tried to keep a wrap on it. The Attorney General Paxton has complete jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd be interesting whether some of the people connected to this enterprise are Paxton adversaries as well. Are they Bush family ties?
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting. It's a Texas.
Well, it's called Austin Private Wealth, but who knows? It could be Austin, Maine or something. I don't know.
Oh, well, it could be. But it's Austin, Texas based. That's enough for him to have jurisdiction.
We know that for a fact, though?
That's my understanding from my research of it. It does.
Okay.
So it'd be enough for all Paxton has to do is just do a further investigation. It gives them jurisdiction. It gives them a nexus. It gives them a connection.
Somebody called Greg Abbott.
It's called Austin, but I don't know that it's in Austin. But you've seen that?
Yeah. When I researched it, was an Austin, Texas based business. So if assuming it's the same one, that's the only one I could find that was Austin.
You know what's fascinating is when the put options were put on airline stock right before 9/11. How would any regular person track that data? They would not.
Right.
This is back in a time where trading on Wall Street was still done by dudes screaming and waving paper in the air.
Yeah.
And now that's, there's a guy whose job it is to look crazy on the floor of the stock exchange in New York. He's got crazy white hair. And whenever a story about the stock exchange happens, he makes a crazy look on his face and they take pictures of him because they want that symbol of the stock exchange. But we're not in the narrative. It's robots doing all this trading now. It's algorithms and machines. But that also means that, Joe Schmo in the middle of Nebraska can go onto fintel.io and look and see this just happened in real time and say, whoa. And they can call their member of Congress and say, can you get a subpoena to this company, Austin Private Wealth, and ask them why they shorted Donald Trump's Truth Social to the tune of 12 million shares the day before someone tried to take his life?
But if this was someone or an entity that supposedly knew about it, wouldn't they be smarter than to do this?
No, they're greedy. They're greedy.
Yeah,
is the thing.
So they're greed.
Well, meanwhile, talking about the big squeeze, not only did it not short, but the shares surged in the wake of him surviving. What happened to that short position?
Oh, they're going to lose so much money.
They're screwed.
Let's do one last little analogy. I will borrow Hannah Claire's Coca-Cola. These go for $1. I then say, I'll get you your Coke back in a week. Hey, I'll sell you this for $1. I now have $1. Uh-oh, bad news. The cost of Coke just jumped to $10, and I owe Hannah Claire a Coke. So I got to pull an extra $9 out of my pocket to buy it back from Viva, and I just lost $9, and I go, damn.
Yeah, don't drink that high fructose corn syrup, by the way.
Also, don't short stocks. It's an easy way to lose a lot of money.
Oh,
quickly.
because the losses are infinity.
Yeah.
They have margins, but they
and
won't
that's
let
why
you.
Bill Gates is being screwed over with what he's trying to do with Elon Musk. Bill Gates is trying to short Tesla, and there's a lot of rumors specifically showing how he's losing a crap ton of money.
Depending on how you handle your short, growth can skyrocket out of control and force you to sell rapidly, and it can cost you a lot of money. Whereas if you spend $10 on a share and it goes to zero, you lost $10. Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL.
GOP senators confronting Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle at the RNC. They've been demanding answers after the assassination attempt on Saturday on former President Donald Trump.
She won't talk to the people. She won't talk to them. Chad Pergram joins us now with details. Chad, what happened?
Brian, good morning. This confrontation at the convention emphasizes how incensed lawmakers are at Cheadle after the epic security breakdown. Republicans John Barrasso and Marsha Blackburn hectored Cheadle when they found her at the GOP convention.
The President of the United States
Now, those are senators telling the head of the Secret Service, you answer to us. You are stonewalling. Now imagine they had to find her at the convention. They had a interview on with the FBI, and she refused to have an interview with them. They got to ask the FBI 4 questions, then they say the FBI hung up. So they really pissed, like this ain't how the government work. But the Secret Service lady act like she worked for somebody else.
Oh, nothing. You have President Trump answers.
Cheadle did not appear on 2 conference calls.
No. They pissed. They all came out and said that she got to immediately step down. Forget all that waiting till the investigation has no. Now they're saying what we've been saying on here. If the Secret Service knew a shooter, a suspicious individual was in the area an hour beforehand, why did they ever allow Trump to go on stage? And now they're telling her that you made a fireable offense. You got to go.
Calls about the shooting yesterday. FBI Director Christopher Wray led the calls with House and Senate members. One member said they cut off the call after only 4 questions.
Completely unsatisfied. It was a complete cover briefing by the Secret Service. The director of the Secret Service needs to lose her job. This was appalling. They shut it after just a couple of questions and didn't get to any of the meat of the matter.
Now, Cheadle agreed to appear before the House Oversight Committee on Monday.
That's the senator telling you what happened behind closed doors. Like, man, we're not finna hide this from the people. They not answering no questions. They don't want to tell us what happened. They barely gave us 4 measly questions. He told you wasn't no meat. They wouldn't answer none of the meat and potatoes of this stuff. Look at it, because they know what happened. And like they're saying, you need to go immediately. And they bringing up, you let the man go on stage and you're telling us y'all had no idea where the suspicious guy was, and y'all walked Trump out there.
Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer issued a subpoena to compel Cheadle to testify. Homeland Security Committee Chairman Mark Green wants Cheadle to testify before his panel on Tuesday.
Secret Service needs to get its act together. Whoever made the decision not to cover that building, that's probably the biggest flaw in this thing. And at least Director Cheadle was brave enough to say that in this particular call we just had. That can't happen again, not ever again.
Now, Green says local Pennsylvania officials will also testify before his committee Tuesday. House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell are demanding that Cheadle resign. Brian, back to you.
Hey, Chad, isn't Cheadle's boss?
She not gonna make it another week.
Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. Why don't they call
Mayorkas? That's the small hat.
Call him too.
Well, that's something that Mark Green, he has asked Mayorkas to appear on Tuesday. We don't know definitively whether or not Mayorkas will be there. In fact, Green told me last night that he would be happy to have the deputies come in for that hearing, but he definitely wants Cheadle there on Tuesday. She will appear on Monday, and we're going to have hearings probably maybe even during the August recess. I had one senior source not rule that out yesterday.
Well, and we've heard Mayorkas say a million times the border is secure. He can't say that site was secure.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised at this rate, and this was something that was intimated to me yesterday, that they might try to have some sort of contempt of Congress resolution for Cheadle, maybe something even for Mayorkas again. Remember, there was a vote related to that just before the recess.
Right. I could not be less interested in that. I just want answers. Thanks so much, Chad.
I'm Steve Doocy.
New details from the investigation into the assassination attempt on former President Trump. Video obtained by ABC station WTAE appearing to show the alleged gunman Thomas Crooks walking the perimeter of the rally about 1 hour before the former president was shot. And tonight, the FBI briefing lawmakers, and a disturbing timeline has now emerged. The gunman was actually identified as a person of interest 62 minutes before the first shots were fired. He approached security, but when he saw the magnetometers, he apparently backed away. And this Secret Service saw him on that roof a full 20 minutes before he fired at the former president.
Now it's day what? 4? Day 4. Now the Secret Service is coming out saying they saw him on the roof 20 minutes before the first shot went off. The Secret Service saw him on the roof 20 minutes. Trump was not on the stage for 20 minutes. Trump was maybe on the stage for 7 minutes. Trump was 7 minutes, I think, into his speech when the first shot let off. The Secret Service is now saying they knew the boy was on the roof. He had a weapon, and they brought Trump out there.
So what's going on here? Pierre Thomas studying this timeline. Here's his new reporting tonight.
Tonight, stunning new images appearing to show Donald Trump's would-be assassin, Thomas Matthew Crooks, 1 hour before he opened fire. Police believe that this is Crooks in a video obtained by ABC affiliate WTAE, walking near the campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday, at one point looking towards the crowd. Sources telling ABC News, Crooks walked toward the security entrance with the magnetometers, did something suspicious, is approached by authorities, he backs up and fades into the crowd. And tonight, the FBI...
Revolutionary salute y'all, brother. Out of abundance for the $5 donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you.
Briefing lawmakers who gave ABC News a detailed timeline. At 5:10 p.m., Crooks is first identified as a person of interest, a full 62 minutes before the first shots. At 5:30, Crooks was spotted with a rangefinder, which can be used to determine distances for target practice. Sources telling ABC News he's able to get on that roof by climbing over air conditioning units. At 5:52, Crooks was spotted on the roof by the Secret Service, a full 20 minutes before the shooting.
5:52. The young man is spotted on the roof by the Secret Service. 5:52. The young man is spotted on the roof by the Secret Service. They ain't even brought Trump out there yet. They see him on the roof. The Secret Service. No, nobody's supposed to be on that roof.
Trump takes the stage. 6:12. Crook fires those shots, killing one man and nearly taking Trump's life. A sniper killing Crooks 26 seconds after he fires the first shot.
It is a split-second decision, and they have the ability to make that decision on their own.
But how Crooks was able to get on that roof undetected, still sending shockwaves through law enforcement.
First of all, he wasn't undetected. You just said yourself 20 minutes before Trump got shot. Y'all seen him on the stage. Y'all seen him on the roof. So he was detected by the Secret Service. So they got all of this. He wasn't detected. Nobody spotted him. They know that's a lie now. They know that's not true.
Local authorities in Butler, Pennsylvania, starting to push back.
The deputies under my control did their job and went above and beyond after the shooting stopped and the chaos began.
And sources telling ABC News that before the rally, local authorities warned the Secret Service that they would not be able to provide enough police personnel to cover all the buildings. Sources
now day 4, new information. The local police is local police, state police versus the Secret Service. The local police is saying we told the Secret Service that we don't have enough to secure all of these buildings. Well, damn, isn't that funny? Remember, the Secret Service told us because of the Iranian threat on Trump that they beefed up his security. All of that was a lie.
To say the Secret Service asked for a police cruiser to be stationed at the building and that the request was denied. Officers were stationed inside the complex of buildings, but somehow everyone missed Crooks climbing onto that roof. And this new video coming in tonight of former President Trump being brought to the hospital minutes after being shot, surrounded by Secret Service. And David, sources are telling us tonight when the FBI exploited Crooks' phone and other devices, they discovered he had looked at photos of both President Biden and former President Trump and had been looking at their schedules.
But these are extraordinary developments, Pierre, to have been labeled a person of interest a full hour before shots were fired, and that Secret Service sniper saw him on that roof 20 minutes before he opened.
Secret Service sniper. Secret Service sniper seen him through the sniper rifle. Guess what else the Secret Service had to see? That man rifle. So now the Secret Service saying, well, we didn't know if it was a friendly, it could have been please, the Secret Service already told us they had a picture of this man and knew they was looking for this suspicious character an hour before. 20 minutes before Trump got shot, the Secret Service spot the suspicious man on top of the building with a goddamn gun. Come on, man. There's not no getting away from this. They know exactly what happened. See, they already had all this planned. They already was going to tell us about the security breakdown. But what happened? The man survived the shooting. They were going to tell us how the building wasn't secure and all this, but now they got to go with the same story. Except now they got to tell the truth. They absolutely seen that man up there 20 minutes before the man shot Trump and didn't do nothing about it.
We divided up areas of responsibility, but the Secret Service is solely responsible for the design and the implementation and the execution of the site.
The head of the Secret Service is facing tough questions. She first said it was up to local law enforcement to secure the building the shooter got access to, but now she's sharing a different message. KDK's Jennifer Barresso is live in Butler Township, getting a clearer picture of the communication breakdown during and even before Saturday's rally. Jen.
Ken, we have new information on several key questions. The main one, what law enforcement agency was responsible for securing the building that Thomas Crooks used for his assassination attempt? Butler County District Attorney Rich Goldinger says the Secret Service was told local police couldn't be responsible for securing the AGR building during the Trump rally.
It was indicated we did not have the manpower to, take that task on as well, based on our number of officers on duty.
Butler Township Manager Tom Knights confirms that message was sent to the Secret Service 2 days before the Trump rally. Butler Township also told them their team could only handle traffic control. KDK has also learned the Secret Service never responded to those messages.
And do you know what happened in terms of the security plan for that area?
I don't. All I know is our township police department was very clear that we did not have the manpower for it.
So tell me about what was said about what they did to assess the area, the Secret Service.
Been caught lying.
Yeah, I know they had a walk around with the field.
Remember, the Secret Service said it was police officers inside that building. They made that up. That's when the police said, hell no, we wasn't in that building. We was in another building. But now the police are saying, we told y'all we couldn't handle that. Secret Service been lying the whole time and just trying to blame local police, trying to cloud everybody's understanding of what happened. Now the local police having to come out and say, no, we got the paperwork. We emailed them, told us 2 days beforehand we didn't have the manpower. We only can do traffic control. Everything else is left up to them. We have that in writing. The Secret Service got to show us in writing that they responded to any of what these police officers said.
Officers were part of that walk around. Several buildings were identified as areas of a concern, which it did include the AGR building.
Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle says police were originally supposed to be on the roof. A decision was made to move them inside because of a sloped roof. Cheadle cited safety factors, but it's not clear who made that decision or how it was communicated.
My sources have told me that there was 1 or 2 local SWAT team members in an AGR building near where the shooter Thomas Crooks was. Is that your understanding too?
It is my understanding, yes.
They were inside though?
They were inside, yes.
Not outside?
No.
Instead, sources say they were looking out the windows with no access to the roof. We've asked who was responsible for that area and what instructions they got from the Secret Service, but no one will comment. And DA Richard Goldinger just telling me right now, I don't know whose responsibility that building was, but somebody should have been there. Now, the FBI is investigating the attempted assassination, and Congress and the Department of Homeland Security have begun inquiries. But the main question that everybody wants to know is how Thomas Crooks pulled off this assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump, and he killed one bystander and he injured 2 others.
How? It's all starting to make perfect sense how. It's all becoming crystal clear now.
It's been kind of nuts. And there is one thing that I'm getting from this. The government can't protect you. You were in charge of your own protection. Trump saved himself. That head turn at the last second, that saved him. It wasn't his Secret Service team. They didn't do a good job. Trump saved himself. Let's be clear about that, because I see people on here saying, oh man, thank God for the Secret Service. Even Trump said it. You really think he feels that way? You really think he's like, wow, I got a great team behind me here? No, there's no way. It was most likely a scripted response to make sure he doesn't cause more of a ruckus than there already is. But I'm willing to bet anything that he is not stoked about his Secret Service.
President Trump was speaking from a stage located here. The suspected gunman was on the roof of another building less than 450 feet away from where Trump was speaking, with a clear line of sight. 1 minute and 32 seconds before shots are heard, we can see two Secret Service sniper teams moving into place on the roofs behind the former president. One on the south roof and one on the north roof, facing the direction of the shooter. It's unclear if they were repositioning or setting up for the first time. We then see an agent on the north roof pick his head up just before shots ring out at 6:15.
If this isn't the most obvious thing in the world, I don't know what is. Okay, let's stop it for a second. This is 7 minutes and 21 seconds before the guy shoots. From reports, they say that this guy climbed up on the roof 5 minutes before. So they're sitting there with their binoculars like, oh man, look at that bird over there. That's pretty cool. Fine. Do some sightseeing, do whatever you need to do. Now, I can't confirm if these guys are Secret Service. They had police patches, but who knows? They could have been undercover. They could have been several things. At that high of a level, that could just be a front.
That's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said,
okay, now we stop. Let's start with the scope. Based on this scope and how far away the guy took the shot from, you could have easily seen that the dude had a rifle. Easily. There is no question about this. I know when I'm looking down this scope right here, it's not as strong as the one they were using. And I can see something in somebody's hand from 800 yards with this. Easy. Much smaller than a gun. If they were holding a notebook, I would be able to see it. So don't give me the BS about, oh, well, they didn't know what it was. Now, with this being said, it's obvious that the government isn't protecting you. The only thing you can do is protect yourself. Get a gun, make sure you're trained with it, and also make sure that if you're in a self-defense situation, if you have to use the gun, you also have attorneys on retainer. If you shoot someone in self-defense, you're most likely going to be arrested and charged. That's just how the world works nowadays. With attorneys on retainer, they cover bail, they cover your questioning, they cover everything up and until the trial. They cover the trial expert witnesses with the best team of lawyers you could imagine. Mark J. Victor has decades of experience, and he hates losing. And if you lose or you take a plea deal, they're not asking for their money back like some of these other insurance companies have in their contracts. This membership is one of the most important things I have in my life. It's one of the things that I cherish because I know if I get into one of these situations, the last thing I want to do is go into my pocket and have to pay for an attorney, bail, whatever else. So we're giving you $50 off. Make sure that you take care of the things in your life that you have control of. And being an attorneys on retainer member, it takes care of everything as far as the legal stuff in a self-defense shooting. Here's the second point. With that scope, you can clearly see what he's wearing. Does he look like he works there, man? Does he look like he's security detail? Does he look like he's just there for the party, maybe having a picnic on a roof? So why the delay? Y'all had him in his crosshairs what looks like 42 seconds before he took a shot. What's the answer? I swear to God, me and 20 buddies could have done a better job than whoever was on this security detail. And no, we're not special forces, but this is all pretty simple. If there's a dude with a gun, you shoot him. If you're wrong, you do the prison time. That's what you signed up for, man. But what was the goal here? Are you just sitting there like, okay, once he takes a shot, then we can shoot? You're just waiting for clearance? I'm just truly trying to understand how this wasn't a setup. Two guys clearly pointed at the guy who took the shot. The dude's in an American flag t-shirt, in a prone position. But let's play devil's advocate for a second. Let's say you were wrong. Let's say you shot him before he took a shot and it was just, I don't know, somebody who decided to go up on the roof, lay in a prone position, and they had a black stick with them. Let's just be wild about this for a second. Do you think anybody would blame you? Do you think a court would blame you? Or do you think they would blame the person for being a dumbass, putting himself in that situation? I mean, think about the psychology behind you going up on top of a roof when there are clearly counter snipers over here with something that looks like a gun. What's the psychology behind that? You have a death wish. Once again, I'm playing devil's advocate here. But if I was there and I'm sitting there talking to a guy, seems like a really good guy, we're having a beer, whatever, and he decides to go climb up on a roof and get shot because of it, I wouldn't even be mad. I'd be like, that guy is fucking stupid. What happened to err on the side of caution? I mean, you're there to do one thing. You're there to protect the body of President Trump. Only job. And you're just sitting there, ho-hum, okay. Whenever I get the signal, I'll take the shot. I don't know if there were details or maybe warning signs when you go into this rally, but I imagine there is something that says if you go onto a building, prepare to be shot. At least I would hope that there is something like that out there.
This report is sickening, guys. In closed briefings to the House and Senate, we are learning that Secret Service knew of the shooter an hour before and still let Trump on stage. I hope you're sitting down for this. Welcome to Popcorn Planet. I am Andy Signor. I'm here with Lewis because there's a relevant story here I want to talk about, but I want to not take too long to get to the main point here, which is this Senate and House briefing. I am floored by the intel that is coming in. Apparently, they had spotted the attacker 1 hour before the attack, but then lost sight of him. He was identified as a character of suspicion because he had a rangefinder as well as a backpack. This was an hour before the shooting occurred, he told Fox News. So you would think over the course of that hour, you shouldn't lose sight of the individual. It was revealed during the briefings that the gunman visits the site of the attack, the Butler County Fairgrounds, at least once in the days before the attempt, and had previously searched on his phone for symptoms of a depressive disorder. An official familiar with the briefing told CBS News. The attacker had also used his phone to search for images of both Trump, President Biden. FBI Director Wray told
I don't believe nothing they're saying about what's coming out that phone. Been taking too long. They planting a lot of shit in that phone because now they're saying, well, he searched the DNC too, so he was gonna try to get Trump too. Whatever. I mean, try to get Biden too. Whatever. He tried to shoot Trump.
Lawmakers on the call for more than 200 interviews had been already conducted. 14,000 images received. Multiple Republican senators criticized the lack of transparency from the investigators, and they're called outraged that Trump was allowed to take the stage even after a threat was identified. I'm appalled to learn that Secret Service knew about a threat prior to President Trump walking on stage, tweeted Senator Marsha Black.
Come on, man. How many times did I bring that up when we learned that information? They just not breaking that, but we've been knew. When they knew the man was a threat an hour beforehand, they said they lost him. They had not located this threat, did not know where the threat was, who had a rangefinder, which is trying to find the location, the yards on the target. They knew this. They still allowed Trump to go on that stage. That's a fireable offense. They saying that the Secret Service director has to go because of that right there. that y'all still let that man go on stage and knew you did not know where the threat was at, and you trying to blame other people?
Blackburn of Tennessee. Law enforcement official involved in the investigation told CBS that a sniper from a local tactical team deployed to assist Secret Service took a picture of him through the rangefinder and immediately radioed to a commanding post to report the sighting. According to ABC and other outlets, the 20-year-old was spotted again on the roof of a building.
That's why that's so devastating. So we're not going to let them shake us on nothing. A sniper took a picture of him. A sniper took a picture of him with the rangefinder. So that's when we see that first picture of him. And we're like, who took that picture? A sniper. And so they tell the government, hey, we got this weirdo down here. He's got a rangefinder and he looks suspicious. Okay. The Secret Service had that picture of this guy who looked suspicious. So later, when they identified this man, because remember, before Trump went on, 20 minutes before Trump went on, they identified this man on top of the roof. They knew it was the suspicious guy. Now he's on the roof. They still didn't shoot him.
Building 20 minutes before it began. He was killed by Secret Service within 26 seconds of opening his stuff. Multiple senators who participated in the call complained that the investigators did not answer their questions and demanded the resignation of Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle. The egregious security failures, lack of transparency around the assassination attempt of Trump demanded immediate change of leadership in the Secret Service, tweeted Utah Senator Mike Lee. I can't disagree, man. Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson called the briefing unbelievably informative and said investigators only took 4 questions from lawmakers. Mitch McConnell said after the call that the nation deserves answers, accountability, and a change in leadership in the Secret Service. Man, this is troubling. Now, Lewis, I want to get your reaction, but I want to bring you up because I want to watch this new clip that's coming in. There's a whole new clip of them trying to open up the car, them trying to get the chaos that's ensuing. But guess what, guys? We can't show clips now. There are now organizations that are literally pulling channels who show these clips off the internet. So I'm like, I already got so much to talk about with this briefing showing that they had an hour, Lewis. But Lewis, your channel got struck last night while you had the live after our stream with Dallas Alexander. You had a lot of amazing people call in. It was like an amazing stream you had, one of your best. And you showed a clip. We think it was this one. And because he showed the clip, which was fair use, this is history, guys, because he showed that clip, it's now been pulled. Video is no longer available due to a copyright claim from Storyville Managed. Lewis and I looked at this story. I don't know, what is this thing? A social news strategic intelligence agency verifies content and provides actionable digital media intelligence to help our partners gain competitive advantage. What? What's happening? So you're telling me, just to recap, and then Lewis, I want to give you the floor. You're telling me they knew for hours. They're clearly covering it up. They have been lying about slope roofs and all this nonsense for days now. Now we're starting to get to the nitty gritty and they're freaking out, telling us nonsense. We're reporting on it, showing as much footage as we can across social media. And now clips are getting pulled. Whole streams getting pulled and shut down by strategic digital media intelligence. Oh my God, this went from a 10 to 100. Lewis, I give you the floor. What's going on, man?
I have no idea. I'm very disappointed. My intention was just to unify people on both sides because I've seen so much infighting in our country. And I just wanted to educate people on this historic event. Played a few clips, just very little. It wasn't even part of the entire hour and a half stream. I gave my opinion. They gave their opinion. It was one of the most important videos we've ever done on Nerd Report. And to wake up this morning and to see it pulled and to add insult to injury, my channel's now on probation. That's right. I probably can't even stream right. I can't bring you the news without being worried about getting taken down. And I'm lucky to have Popcorn Planet and other people to bring this story to you. But that's what's happening with the channel right now. And it's just...
Well, I just want to reiterate how serious it is. He got a channel strike, guys, a whole channel strike for showing a clip of this chaos, which we're all talking about. So you guys could call in so we could all start having these discussions so we could have that unity, that bringing people together, try to figure out what's going on. And this organization struck his channel. The whole stream's gone. All your calls are gone because we're just talking about it. So someone's going to own the footage. So this person who just shot on their phone, I guess technically owns it, but you sold it to an agency so they could shut down anybody showing it? How dare you? That is so disgusting. Or sold it to an agency that's doing it through the government to try to now control which clips are out. And like, what I'm dying to know, Lewis, what's in this clip that they don't want us to see is where my head immediately goes. So you guys got to understand, like, we got to be careful now, because yes, we can fight it. We could fight this. I told Lewis to fight this. And if they come after me, I'm showing you as much as I can. We'll fight it. But we need your help. I want you to support Nerd Report as well as Popcorn Planet here. You got to subscribe, hit the bell for alerts, smash.
New information that has come out. The plot has thickened. More evidence that there were others involved, I think, is what this evidence shows. Now, there is still no direct evidence of somebody else being involved in the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. But, you know, when everything just points in a single direction, you kind of have to go in that direction. It's better to not just ignore it, avoid it, and walk in the opposite direction, which is, of course, what they always want to do whenever there's this type of stuff comes out and things aren't adding up, right? Don't believe your lying eyes and your ears, and just don't think. How about that? Just don't think, you silly American, you. Let the elites do all the thinking. Well, Thomas Crooks was found to have a transmitter. This is a transmitter device that you could see this here. It was found, the gray, see that gray kind of remote control. That is a transmitter device that's laying next to a cell phone. He was found to have this. Now, what is a transmitter device? From my understanding, and we'll have an expert break it down here in a little bit, but the transmitter is a device that then it transmits to a receiver. The receiver then would tell an explosive to blow up, right? To activate. So they then found not just this receiver, but also explosives in his car is what the reports are. Let's look at this Fox News report here. So they said shooter had explosives in the car. They had bomb-making materials at home, is what they're trying to claim here. This article says there were explosives, including an IED, found inside a car driven by Matthew Crooks, found parked near the scene of the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. In Crooks' house, law enforcement found bomb-making materials. The sources could not immediately say whether the materials found at the home rose to the level of explosive devices at this stage in the investigation. So it's kind of like, an arsonist. Well, we found materials at his home for arson. And what did they find? They find like a cigarette lighter, right? So they can't tell. We found explosive devices. So that I don't know what type of materials that is. It could be something maybe obviously meant for making explosives, or maybe something not as obvious, but it's just parts that could make an explosive. I mean, it's just hard to know. We don't know yet. That's the point. They haven't told us the information. Now, the Wall Street Journal first reported, citing that people briefed on the investigation, that law enforcement discovered the car driven by Crooks parked near the rally. And then they dispatched bomb technicians after the police received multiple reports of series of suspicious packages near where the shooter was located. And they said that investigators remained at the scene well into the night to make sure it was clear, and also conducted a search of Crooks' home and spoke with his family. Law enforcement officials told the Associated Press that bomb-making materials were found inside of Crooks' vehicle, and bomb-making materials were also found in his home. The two officials were not authorized to speak publicly and spoke to the AP on condition of anonymity. Okay, so we found a lot of explosive devices, and now we've got a transmitter. This kid was 20 years old. Did he know anything about bomb making? Here is Matt Torito. He is on TikTok. He did this TikTok breakdown. He is a former Green Beret. And he breaks down what exactly was found, what this is used for, and how this...
They know he didn't make that
It's
bomb.
not really likely that Matthew Crooks himself was actually able to make explosives, bombs, and use this transmitter without having first killed himself a long time ago in the process of making the bomb. Watch this.
Things just got more weird for the President Trump assassination attempt. Right down here below is a transmitter, and we're about to talk about why That is a huge flippin' deal. For those that don't know, my name is Matt Tordio. I'm a retired Green Beret and prior law enforcement officer, and I happen to be an explosives expert on top of all that. So what does that transmitter have to do with the explosives found inside the vehicle, and what does it tell us about the suspect? So obviously he presses a series of buttons on the transmitter, which then goes towards the receiver. It then sends out an electrical impulse, which then runs through the charge and detonates it. Now that electrical impulse that's sent out by the receiver, or in this case, we're going to call it the switch, is not enough to set off the main charge. That, my friends, is why electric blasting caps exist. Now, if that's the case, and he actually had his explosive devices rigged up to an electric blasting cap, he could have acquired them one of two ways. The first way is he could have made them. Precursors are readily available at numerous places here inside of the United States, and truthfully, I've even had them sent to my front door off of Amazon. Now, he could have taken those precursors and mixed his own explosives out of it and made his own electric blasting cap. Only problem is, in order to do that, it requires a very precise formula, and it's highly volatile when you're making and drying it. Then he would have to pack the cap without blowing himself up, and so on and so forth. Manufactured caps are very closely tracked, so I highly doubt he got his hands on one of those. Now, the suspect is 20 years old, and last I checked, he does not exactly have an extensive background in chemistry. He'd also have to have a location to dry out the explosives after he manufactured them. And by the way, I want you to picture like a Breaking Bad laboratory. It doesn't have to be that extensive, but a lot of the same materials you see used in Breaking Bad to manufacture the meth is the same thing that he would be using in order to manufacture the explosives. It's chemistry. His parents would have seen that. They would have smelt it. They would have noticed. He lives at home, so he'd have to have a storage facility or somewhere else in order to make it. But again, it goes back into how the hell did the kid not blow himself up doing it? Because the temperatures have to be very exact. And if it gets too hot, you can freaking cause the whole thing to detonate right there on the spot. A lot of people are speculating and saying that because he doesn't have a social media profile, it's kind of weird. But I want you to look at it from a foreign actor's perspective. If you are going to be training somebody and giving them the means in order to do what this gentleman did, would you want them to have a social media platform? The answer is no, because all they have to do is make one dumbass comment and the whole thing is going to get tipped off to law enforcement. So you would want to recruit somebody like him who has been picked on in school, likely has a couple mental issues, but also has no real social media presence and likely gets his interactions online through different platforms like, I don't know, say 4chan or Reddit. Once they've got him recruited, then they just need to talk to him. Once they're talking to him, either through, emails, private messaging, whatever, right? There's a million different ways to do it. They don't even have to meet up with the guy. They can just give him a series of tasks. And then once he completes those tasks and they know he's good to go, then they can start dead dropping him the different things that he needed in order to conduct this attack. This whole thing looks shady as hell.
Yeah, it really, really does. And that was my theory yesterday on the show where I said, I think that maybe he got in contact with people. Here's a kid that has been bullied in school. He wants to be a marksman, clearly. He tries to join the high school rifle team and they'd reject him because he's a terrible shot. And so then he goes, and I'm sure he goes and practices and links and looks on forums on how to improve his shot, how to improve his aim, how to improve his, his precision and whatnot, and then ends up linking up with people online. They figure, oh, here's a great candidate for somebody to pull off our scheme. And the next thing you know, he's entangled into this mess, into this, he lost his life. This is, rightfully, I suppose, if you're going to try to assassinate a president, you could expect the outcome. He seemed, though, to indicate that he thought he would get away with it, or who knows what he thought he was really doing. He took a day off work. Now we're finding out some more information. He took a day off work. He told his colleagues, he works at a nursing home. He told his colleagues that he would just need Saturday off for something really important, but he'd be back on Sunday. So maybe he thought he was going to come back. There is an investigation that is being opened up into this, as there should be, but they're really going to open up this investigation. This is from Thomas Massey. He announced that they're going to be investigating. DHS Inspector General Joseph Kafari is a very capable and conscientious public servant. I'm confident he will leave no stone unturned in diagnosing the failures of the Secret Service on July 13th. Congress should also hold hearings immediately. Here's the National Review reporting on this. This is the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General opened an investigation on Wednesday into the Secret Service's failure to prevent the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump at Saturday's Pennsylvania rally. The objective of the probe is to evaluate the United States Secret Service process for securing former President Trump's July 13th campaign event. According to a short notice posted to the Inspector General's website, no specific date was given for when the investigation was launched. So, okay, they're going to look into the Secret Service's failures as they should. There's no reason why the Secret Service did not see. In fact, we now know that they saw Thomas Matthew Crooks. They locked eyes with him, in fact, earlier in the day. So there was so many people. Of course, Secret Service saw him when all of these regular civilians standing there saw him, pointing him out, saying, hey, there's a guy. Local police officers saw him. Everybody saw this guy. He wasn't hiding. And yet Secret Service somehow completely failed to just halt the guy who was climbing on top of a roof. Here is a local news report. They go a little bit deeper into the investigation, saying that they found him with a transmitter. But listen to what they say about how he was spotted on a bicycle with no gun earlier. Watch this.
So what access points needed to be controlled.
As we exclusively reported on Monday, another message was sent to command about 15 minutes before the former president got on stage. Sources telling us the last sighting of Crooks, he had a backpack, but no sign of a gun.
That there was a radio transmission indicating that there was a suspicious individual on the rooftop. Was my understanding was our officers' first notification to begin moving towards that building.
According to our sources, Crooks was still on the ground when Trump took the stage. And the Butler Township officers arrived to the AGR building as Trump moved to the podium.
Two of the officers went to what appeared to be the lowest point from ground to roof. One of the officers actually boosted the second officer up high enough for him to grab hold of the roof. He did, in fact, see an individual on the roof with a weapon.
Knight says Crooks pointed the rifle at the officer as the officer hung onto the side of the roof, unable to reach his radio or weapon.
Lost his own grip, right? Fell approximately 8 feet to the ground.
Not long after, those shots were fired at the stage. Crooks was killed, and the phone and transmitter were found next to him. Now, the big question tonight is who was running that tactical police line of communication?
Okay, can we just go back? I want to play this just a little bit again from slightly from the beginning. Where did it go here? Let's go ahead and just, I want to play this part just a little bit because something about this bicycle. Let's see what they said here.
Sources telling us the last sighting of Crooks, he had a backpack, but no sign of a gun.
That there was a radio.
Okay, so I just wanted, I thought maybe they had said that he had a bicycle. They showed the image of the bicycle with the backpack, and I thought maybe they were saying that he had a bicycle and a backpack, and I'm sitting here thinking, the car that they had found was a Hyundai Sonata. How did he fit this ladder in the Hyundai Sonata as well as a bicycle? It's just like things were starting to sound kind of stupid. But they did find a backpack. He was spotted earlier with no gun. So people had seen him. In that local news report, they were talking to local law enforcement. What had happened was a police officer, they were looking on the roof of the building where Matthew Crooks was. A cop got a boost. The cop then peeked up above. He had his both hands on the edge of the building, and he looks over and he sees Matthew Crooks, and Matthew sees him and aims at his rifle at him. And because that cop didn't have, he's holding on with both hands, he couldn't radio anybody. He couldn't pull his own weapon to defend himself. So he dropped down, hurt himself. He did get injured. He fell about 8 feet, was injured. And then both him and the partner that boosted him started radioing on what he says was a shared channel, so everybody would have heard it. When the person interviewing him asked, well, how long before the shooting to Trump, the shooting on Trump, how long before was that moment? And he said he couldn't really say. Of course he could say. Of course they must know that information. It's not like, they know the timestamp of the radioing to everybody on that secure channel that they were all sharing. They know when that time was, and they know exactly the time that Trump was shot at. But he says, well, I don't have, maybe he doesn't have that information, but I'm sure investigators do. So you've got, this kid has been spotted everywhere. You've also got, we actually have this video of him walking around. We have this video that's out there. Here it is. So this is him spotted. So somebody had even, there he was just walking around right outside the perimeter gate, just nonchalantly by a building. If you were Secret Service, wouldn't you see that guy and think, oh, there's people that are able to be over on the other side of the fence that we have determined is our perimeter, and we're not going to look beyond that fence, is what Secret Service is trying to say, is that, well, it was outside of our perimeter. What? It's so outside of, you could see the guy. How that is, if that's your perimeter, that's a complete failure, because you could see the building. Bystanders could see him. Bystanders who were at that rally could see him on the roof. They could see him on the other side of the fence. They videotaped him. They photographed him. That doesn't seem like just incompetence. That seems deliberate. How could you have not secured that part of the area as well, especially with rooftops right there, aimed right at, it's just so easy to aim right at Trump, obviously, right? Here's another report CNN did. It turns out that not only did all of these bystanders see Matthew Thomas Crooks, but even the snipers themselves, the Secret Service snipers, actually locked eyes with the kid. Watch this.
Transmission indicating that there was a...
Aaron, there's been some developments as the investigation has progressed. What the investigators are telling us is, as far as a motive, a manifesto, the reasoning behind this, the suspect is still a blank slate. But what they have developed is a lot of the background about what happened that day. They know that he went to his employer at the nursing home where he works as a dietary specialist before this and said, I need Saturday off. I have something important to do. But he told his coworkers, I'll see you on Sunday. So he changed his days off, presumably for this. We also understand that when he got to the fairgrounds where this rally was being held for Donald Trump, the first thing that puts him on the radar of security people is near the magnetometer area where they're screening people in. He's carrying in his hand a rangefinder. It's a device that looks like a small pair of binoculars, but it's used by shooters to measure the distance when they're setting up a long distance shot. Because he didn't have a weapon, that would not have prevented him to go through security. But they did flag, what does he have this in his hand for? At that point, they told people, keep an eye on this guy, but then he leaves the secure area, the staging area, and he doesn't turn up again for some time until the crowd says there's a guy crawling up the roof and it appears he has a rifle. There is an eerie moment in here, Aaron, where he's taking the rangefinder and he's looking through it at the counter sniper positions. And one of the counter sniper positions is looking at him through the scope. At this point, there's not a gun in the picture, as I understand it.
That's
so
a
they're
lie.
saying he's looking at us, looking at him. Then when people alert the police and they try to come up the ladder to get him, and he confronts them with the AR-15 gun, they dive for cover. And then a moment later, he opens fire. But a lot of this sounds very spread out. The end of it happens very quickly. The last piece is the search of the car. As we reported last night, 2 remote-controlled IEDs.
Now, never forget, it wasn't a car they found at first. It was a white van. The man was on TV saying the police came, surrounded the white van with Arizona license plates. Then it switched to he was in a white car, but they showed on the news. See, we seen this happen with September 11th. They do this type of stuff, magic tricks, switch news, see who paying attention. At first it was a white van. Now it's a white car with explosives in it. What happened to the white van that had the explosives in it with the Arizona plates?
Remote-controlled bombs in the car. The remote control for those devices found on his person on the roof, according to sources. 3 fully loaded magazines with nearly 100 rounds, a bulletproof vest. So it raises the question, did he expect to escape from this? And if so, what was all that intended for? What was to happen next? Questions that are still open in the minds of these investigators.
Yeah, lots of questions. First of all, we find out now that his parents were apparently worried and they'd called law enforcement 3 hours before the event. So his parents, and look, this is a 20-year-old, so he's not a minor. It's not like they could say, oh, our son ran away and he's young. They clearly felt like he was dangerous in some way. They're calling law enforcement. He had been gone for 3 hours.
Now, again, if he was dangerous, then why did this daddy gift the gun to the son? If he's so dangerous, why do you gift your son such a dangerous weapon?
They called 3 hours beforehand. They had contacted law enforcement because they felt like he was a danger. They must have. That's the only reason why they would call on a 20-year-old. He had requested the day off, then was first noticed by people 3 hours before the event. Investigators believe that they're saying that they believe when they found the explosives in his car that he planned on blowing up his car as a distraction so he could assassinate Trump. But does that make sense to you? If there is a car that is just blown up, well, they're going to be rushing the president out of there. They're not going to be letting him stand there to continue. That would be the first protocol, I would imagine, from Secret Service. But then again, after what we just saw, you'd think that they would adhere to certain protocols that they're not. He had no prior knowledge of making explosives. Classmates say that the shooter hated Donald Trump. There was a Senate, so they kind of have been painting, they've been going around talking to his classmates and his parents, the fact that they called law enforcement 3 hours before. I mean, all of this kind of points towards a kind of the classic school shooter, bullied kid sort of, that they're painting that picture. Some of the key points from a recent Senate briefing on him, they said that the shooter had actually visited the rally site days in advance to scope it out. Right. Of course. That kid did not just show up in his Hyundai Sonata with a ladder and a gun and think, all right, where can I get that? Where can I do this? How did he breach that area, even though Secret Service wasn't in charge of it? That area was being secured apparently by the local police department. How did he breach their perimeter? How did he get in there? He scoped it out a few days in advance. Maybe he even stored some of his stuff somewhere. Who knows? 62 minutes elapsed from the shooter's initial suspicious photo to the shooting. 20 minutes elapsed from being spotted by snipers to firing the shots. And FBI Director Wray said no known foreign nexus, no established motive. So they're not thinking that this was done by Iran. They're not thinking that this was or Ukraine. There's people out there that think that maybe this was Ukraine wanting to off Donald Trump because they know that when he gets into office, he's going to end that war. The shooter used encrypted communications, had little to no social media presence. I mean, there's just stuff is just not quite adding up, right? And then there's these suspicious videos that we're finding also at the rally. There was this woman, maybe you've seen this video, we're going to play it here, but a woman, strangely, here she is behind Trump. She's kind of making some strange, looking around, making some faces, kind of strange. And then when the shooting happens, she's one of the only ones in the crowd, not really moving. She kind of ducks down a bit and then she starts filming immediately. Everybody's like trying to figure out what the heck's going on and if they should run for cover. And she's just calmly filming. Now, we don't know anything about this woman. She could just be, one thing we've learned about social media is that it has created a brain disease in people. And when they should be doing things like running for cover or they should be paying attention, they're instead whipping out their phones to film because it's the TikTok era and everybody's trying to get that great shot for TikTok. I would like to see where her shot is. She was filming. So where is that? Where is that if she's putting it on social media? So just a lot of strange stuff that has gone on with this. There are a lot of theories about who was behind the Trump assassination attempt. Of course, the first thinking is, it's just the weird kid. The weird kid was the one who did it. He somehow went from being a high school flunky on the rifle team to getting a clear headshot of Donald Trump. And under pressure, after the cops had spotted him, and he's frantic, he somehow, even under that duress, was able to get a clear headshot of Donald Trump. And the only reason why he missed was because Trump just happened to turn his head at that right moment. And you can believe that that's just what happened. He is just exactly what they're painting him out to be, this bullied kid who hated Donald Trump, and he just decided to go prove himself. Maybe that's possible. The other theories that are circulating around, you kind of pick your poison, I suppose. One of them is that it's the deep state, right? That they'd been trying to off Donald Trump in a variety, not by murdering him, but in every other way, from taking him off the ballot to impeachment trials twice to putting him in actual court, making him a convicted felon, that they've tried everything and anything they can to get rid of the guy, to ensure he doesn't take back the White House. I mean, if you believe that he is Hitler, that he is going to ruin democracy, these people have done everything they possibly can to get rid of the guy. And the last attempt would be trying to kill him. So it could be the deep state, whoever you think that deep state is. Some are saying also they believe that it was Israel that did it. Now that one is a little bit, Trump is super, super pro-Israel. So what would be their motivation for taking that shot? Well, some are saying that would have taken a true sharpshooter, would have known, he turned his head, then they would have fired the shot just to nick him in the ear, and it would have caused him to surge in the polls and to clinch the win in the White House, which would make Israel very happy because he's the most pro-Israel president the United States has ever had. So that's one of the theories, that it was Israel. And another theory I mentioned earlier was that it's Ukraine that did it, disgruntled Ukrainians or Ukrainian mobsters or whoever, the same Ukrainians that were allegedly blowing up the Nord pipeline. But there's a lot of, that's one of the theories of who blew up the pipeline. A lot of us think the United States, there was Norway involved, right? There was other nations, but let's, if you're going to roll with the idea that Ukraine is behind all of these things and that they're not getting any sort of Western help, one idea is that these same kind of people that have been doing things to win a war in Ukraine took a shot at Donald Trump and missed. Curious what you think. What's your theory? There might be more theories rolling around out there, but those are the people that, those are the theories that are, I think, the most prominently circulating around. I think it's, my opinion, and of course there's no evidence of any of this whatsoever. I got to be clear on that, but just how everything, the direction everything's going in. I mean, I would think that the deep state, they've just tried everything to get rid of this guy. 8 years ad nauseum. It has been exhausting to watch them go after Trump for longer than 8 years now. Just about, 8 years of just nonstop trying to get rid of the guy. And if you really believe that he is the most evil, corrupt man to ever take the Oval Office, then I guess you would be willing to do maybe anything in order to prevent that from happening again. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching this clip from the full Kim Iverson show.
Been following political statements from Iranian leaders before we get going on foreign policy. Well, let me just start off about the Iranian intelligence. Look, the U.S. intelligence, the danger of politicization of intelligence is that you destroy the credibility of the intelligence community forever. And so when you have a coincidence, so to speak, of an event that now needs to have some color put to it so that, redirection, et cetera. And it turns out that it's suddenly this intelligence about Iran wanting to assassinate Donald Trump. If your red BS flag doesn't immediately go up, there's something wrong. Again, I'm not in the intelligence community right now. I don't pretend to, know everything about it, but I was around for a while and fairly well plugged in. There's nothing about this report that makes any sense, and it just seems to me to be an absolute. It's the kind of information that that the intelligence senior management says we need to get something out now about a threat to the president. What do you got? And people are going, well, we. After Soleimani, the Iranians said that they were going to exact their revenge, and we've been following political statements from Iranian leaders, and so we've put together a theoretical assessment of what that could be. Release it, and that's it. They don't have. I can guarantee you, they don't have hard intelligence on this. I guarantee you, they don't have hard intelligence. Why do I guarantee you they don't have hard intelligence? Because they're talking about it. All right.
Right.
So there it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Just be certain that what you were told is not hard intelligence. It's purely an assessment that's coming from a politicized intelligence service that no longer has credibility and should no longer be treated as having credit. And that's dangerous because at some point in time, we are going to have a real threat manifest itself, and the intelligence community is going to be trying to alert, and we're not going to trust them because they don't deserve to be trusted ever again. So take the Iranian thing and get rid of it. As to the Secret Service and everything, this is not an accident. This is not a mistake. This is a deliberate breakdown in the system. That's my take. Now, I'm recognize that there's an investigation that needs to be had. I can tell you that any investigation that will be had that's directed by the Department of Homeland Security in these politicized times cannot be trusted. Any investigation that involves the FBI's National Security Division, given their history of animosity against hostility against Donald Trump, Crossfire Hurricane 2016, a manufactured case deliberately designed to keep Trump from entering the White House because FBI National Security Division people deemed him to be a threat to American democracy. That it can't be trusted. We need to start an investigation. And I've called for Congress to, my solution is for Congress basically to each senatorial delegation and House delegation goes back to their respective governors and say, we're forming a commission. I want you to give us your top law enforcement officer backed up by your top investigator from your state police apparatus or your Bureau of Investigation apparatus. And we're going to form a delegation of states. And we're going to investigate that. And we're treating the Secret Service as a potential suspect. We're treating everybody. The Secret Service at this point in time must be treated as a potential suspect. Now, you're innocent until proven guilty, but the Secret Service should be considered a suspect and treated in that way. And so should the local law enforcement. Pennsylvania State Police were there. Anybody who was involved in this incident must be treated as a potential suspect because this was not an accident. This was not a mistake. That's how the premise of any investigation must be. Now, if it turns out, if all these people come together and they put all the pieces together and they go, looks like it was an accident, looks like it was an honest mistake, at least maybe I'll trust that conclusion. But I'm not going to trust a conclusion coming from the Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI that says this was an accident, this was a mistake. No, it wasn't. You know, and I know that can't happen under any you literally you can't come up with a scenario where that happened and it's an accident. That kid didn't do what he did without anybody trying to help him. And I don't trust the FBI on the phone. Where's the people checking the FBI? Because we have other cases where the FBI makes things disappear, where the FBI, we lost the information. Okay, no, you're done, FBI.
We don't have the Seth. Yeah, we don't have the Seth Rich laptop. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Seth Rich's information.
We don't have the Seth Rich laptop until we do have it. We don't know what the Hunter Biden laptop. Never heard of it until we have to admit that
until it is. Oh, you mean the shooter's cell phone had encrypted communications with marksmanship coaches? I'm not saying it does, but I'm saying, how do we know? It's on a phone controlled by the FBI, which hates Donald Trump and has actively conspired to bring Donald Trump down. So, no, we need an absolute independent investigation into this because I don't trust the Secret Service. I don't trust the Department of Homeland Security. I don't trust the FBI.
Yeah, I'm with you there. All right, so let's go to foreign policy. Let's start here. A report came out recently that apparently someone, I think it was leaked, but apparently someone in the higher echelon of the Israeli military has basically gone to the politicians. And again, I think this was leaked and said, look, you may be wanting to go into Lebanon, but we're running out of tanks. They're getting blown to smithereens. And look, Scott, you know, I'm no expert on military strategy or military hardware, but I know every friggin' morning I get up, I go on Telegram, and there's some guy in a pair of Nikes running out of it. I mean, these people, you talk about bravery. A guy in a pair of friggin' Nikes, he doesn't look like he's a highly trained soldier. You know, even the way the guy's running, you know, his feet, he doesn't know how to actually run, right? He flops out there, and there's a tank sitting there. There's no people on the ground guarding it. There's no guys. There's a tank sitting there. And there's other tanks sitting around in the background. I guess they're asleep or something. A guy runs out, flops an anti-tank mine under the tank with his hands, runs back in an alley, kablooey, the tank blows to smithereens. And I'm thinking, yeah, those guys ain't winning that war, right? And so now, finally, apparently somebody comes out and says to Netanyahu's people, dude, we're running out of tanks. They're losing. And I think they're bluffing unless they're crazy enough to go in here. They don't have it. They're losing. And they're not just losing. You know, we discussed it for a while. And we were like, well, they lose if Hamas doesn't disappear, if they hold on. They're losing in every way you can use the word lose now. Scott.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a war of attrition where Hamas is willing to trade fighters, some infrastructure, and the civilian lives of Gaza to achieve a political military victory over Israel. And that's, remember, war is an extension of politics by other means. You know, the Hamas objective here isn't to destroy Israeli tanks. The Hamas objective is a Palestinian state where Hamas is a part of the political fabric of that state. That's something that Israel has said politically they will never tolerate, will never happen. Israel has said victory is only achieved when we nullify Hamas as a political entity, eliminate Hamas as a military institution. Today, as we speak, Hamas is the most powerful political entity representing the Palestinian people in the Middle East today. The Palestinian Authority just doesn't have anything near the political gravitas, the appeal that Hamas has. And Hamas is far from being defeated as a military entity. It has worn the Israeli Defense Force down to a nub. Most of the tanks that are hit by Hamas aren't destroyed. They're damaged. Those tanks have to be pulled back to a depot where they're repaired. To repair these tanks, you require spare parts. That's just the reality of it, to refurbish. And it's a labor-intensive process. Israel has tank repair depots. Israel has put aside stockpiles of spare parts. Israel has never prepared for a war of this intensity, producing this level of damage for this length of time. Israel has run out of spare parts, and so the tanks that are being damaged by Hezbollah cannot be repaired. Now you've destroyed that tank, because if it can't be repaired and brought back in, it's the equivalent of a destruction of a tank. And so, in addition to the tanks that have been destroyed, which can't be repaired, tanks that are heavily damaged, now there's no parts to repair them, so they're put aside. And what's happening for the Israelis is that lightly damaged tanks can't be repaired. There's no spare parts. So every time Hezbollah throws a mine or hits a tank with a tandem warhead, RPG, and takes it out of action, it's now the equivalent of a destroyed tank. Now, Israel doesn't have an infinite amount of tanks. And so what they're seeing is the backbone of whatever offensive strike capacity they were looking to project into Hezbollah is gone. You don't want to start a fight with Hezbollah with whatever tank force you have, and within a week have no more tanks. That's a losing proposition. We haven't even gotten into air defense, the Iron Dome, the missiles hitting the Air Force, et cetera, like that. The IDF cannot physically do what Netanyahu wants it to do in Lebanon. And it's not just about projecting power into Lebanon, driving Hezbollah back to the Litani River line. It's about defending Israel, because Hezbollah isn't going to just sit there and get hit by Israel. Hezbollah has said, we're coming after you. Hezbollah will challenge Israel for control of northern Israel. Hezbollah will be fighting the Israelis in every town, every village in northern Israel. Hezbollah will seek to capture the Galilee, to sever the Golan, which means Israel now will not only have to fight the fight in Litani, but they have to fight a rear action fight. Requires military with equipment, equipment they don't have anymore, ammunition they don't have anymore, men who are exhausted. Remember, these men aren't coming into this thing fresh. These are men who have been worn down to enough. Ask yourself, Garland, why the IDF soldiers are sleeping in their tanks. Because they're exhausted. Because their fight for survival inside Gaza is a 24-hour fight. They are always on edge because you never know when the ant is coming out of the anthill. And the ant is going to come running at you with an anti-tank mine and slap it under. And you're there, you're on edge, 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 you're on edge. Boom, you're dead. And that's just the reality of it. These soldiers who aren't very good to begin with, I keep picking on the IDF because they deserve to be picked on. They're not very good to begin with. It's a conscript-based military. There's only so much you can do with them. They have an over-reliance on technology. So when you take soldiers who only have a limited window of training and you expose them to high-tech equipment, they begin to believe that the equipment will save them. They aren't doing what you need to do, which is the tactics, the basics. Get your guys out of the damn tank and create a perimeter around the tank. Patrol, active patrolling. That's not what they're doing. And as a result, their guard is down, and Hamas, who was underground, now emerges into this moonscape, this destruction, this Stalingrad type urban environment that's been collapsed around where there's no control. I mean, how do you control a collapsed structure? These guys are coming up from in the collapsed structure, finding the scene and hitting them. There's nothing Israel can do to defend against this. Their military is exhausted. Their men aren't that good, and they're taking casualties. And again, it's the same thing with their manpower. You're not seeing we're seeing a high death count, but it's not an outlandish death count because the technology protects the soldiers. These tanks are getting blown up. You're not killing the entire crew. Very rarely do you barbecue the crew inside. Sometimes they do. We've seen the infantry fighting vehicles get hit. 11 guys inside don't make it out. Bad day to be the IDF. But generally speaking, you get hit and you get concussed. That's sort of a game changer. Spalling takes place. You get holes in your arms get ripped off, legs get ripped off. But you live. They get to evacuate you to a hospital. You ain't coming back in the fight. And this is where the Israelis, they're not telling the truth about the number of wounded they've had. The seriously wounded, people who are irretrievable, meaning they ain't coming back. They're done. That number is huge. It's like the tanks that can't be repaired, the soldiers that can't be repaired, the soldiers that can't come back to the fight. And then there's another aspect to it, because the guys who maybe get concussed, or maybe who don't, but see this stuff, live it, their morale is shot, 100% shot. They are worn out. The PTSD is going to be a perpetual problem for 80% of the IDF that's out there right now. These guys are fundamentally broken, and that's the reality. And this is just because of Hamas. Now let's talk about what Hezbollah has been doing against them, because Hezbollah's been wearing them to a nub up north too. And if they ever go to war with Hezbollah, it's all over. It's all over for the IDF. They'll kill a lot of Hezbollah fighters. There's no doubt about it. The IDF's deadly, but they're not going to win. They're going to lose. It's no longer about the Israelis failing to achieve their objective. Therefore, Hezbollah's victory is defined by simply surviving. The next fight will be Israel will not only fail to achieve it will be physically defeated, destroyed. You will see things that the Israelis have not seen since Suez in '73. Mass surrendering of Israeli forces, mass casualties of Israeli forces, entire units taken off the order of battle. That's the future for Israel if they go to war with Hezbollah. And the IDF commanders know this. So they're now speaking hard truths to the Israeli political leadership. And hopefully the political leadership will listen.
Well, you know, that's what's important is what you've discussed from this. If somebody attacks me right now, right? If somebody says, I'm going to attack Garland, hey, I don't want any trouble. I don't want any trouble, sir. Please, let's just go our separate ways. Okay. But if you attack me, I'm not going to just try to block your punch or duck. I'm going to counterattack you. In fact, as you're attacking me, I'm going to attack you. Or if I suspect that you're going to attack me and it gets too close, I'm probably going to attack first. If I look at it and there's no way out, but this guy's going to attack me, beat me up, I'm going to probably attack first. But whatever the case may be, they all talk about this. Oh, well, they attack Hezbollah? Will they attack Lebanon? It's not like Lebanon's going to sit back and just act defensively. They're going to counterattack. And when someone attacks you, you have to counterattack with everything you have and annihilate your enemy. You want to get away, but if somebody attacks you, you got to put them down and make sure they don't get up so you can walk away. So if they were to attack, we've already seen they keep flying these drones over Israel. I keep seeing drone footage, and the drone pretty much points to every spot, every vulnerable asset that Israel has, and they're sending a message, dude, we don't want trouble. But we have the missile capability. We have the targeting capability. At this point, it's suicide. And I think Israel wants to drag the U.S. into this thing, but they get struck so hard and so fast. Where did they go from that? The war is lost. The only thing they can do is make it 100 times worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's right now, as bad as things are for Israel. And I believe actually that Israel's been fatally wounded. I don't think Israel survives in the long term, but that's a different discussion. Right now, Israel will be able to manage its demise, meaning that it's not going to be rapid. It's not going to be precipitous. It can be managed, which I think is the preferred way to do it, because that allows for some sort of orderly transformation from, the Zionist entity of Israel into maybe initially a two-state option. But Israel can't survive as two-state option, and eventually there will be flight of population. And when Israel gets down to a certain number of people, the basic demographics dictate a one-state solution, where whatever Jewish population decides to remain will be absorbed into a greater Palestinian state where Muslims, Jews, and Christians hopefully learn to live in peace and harmony. But the concept of this singular Zionist entity, I believe it's been fatally wounded. But it can be put down. If it goes to war with Hezbollah, it will be put down. Look, Israel's already acknowledged. In 2022, 2023, Israel ran two major exercises. I think the one in 2023 was called Operation Chariots of Fire, where they stress test the IDF on the premise that it was being attacked by everybody at once. And of course, from the IDF's perspective, the main fight was going to be against Hezbollah. That was the existential threat, the number one threat. And they anticipated Iran coming in and helping them. They anticipated Syria maybe making a move on the Golan Heights. They anticipated, the Iraq and Shia militias in Syria and Iraq helping out. What they didn't anticipate was the Houthi shutting down the Red Sea and blockading them successfully. No one anticipated that. But they also didn't anticipate Hamas taking the fight to them. And all the exercises, Hamas was easily contained because they figured that the worst you'd get out of the West Bank and Gaza was intifada type activity that could be contained and minimized, that the main fight would be in the north. And both times they lost that fight. And that was the reality. Even when when the Israelis had everything available to them in the war game, they couldn't defeat it. They couldn't defeat Hezbollah. They try and bring in America. Still you didn't get the defeat. And that's with everything working the way the Israelis want it to work. Right now, Israel is fundamentally broken. They can't defend themselves. Any war with Hezbollah, therefore, Israel would have to go for the quick kill. We've just articulated why Israel can't have a drawn out war with Hezbollah. They don't have the ability to do it. It will have to be a quick kill. Israel will have to come in with everything it has, overwhelming firepower, in hopes that they break Hezbollah politically and militarily very soon. Hezbollah knows this. So Hezbollah is geared to not just immediately counterpunch, but to preempt any Israeli effort. What's going to happen is you're going to have two sides that recognize that they have to, the side that gets fire superiority over the other side first will win this war. So Israel's job is to come in with its air force predominantly and bomb the living hell out of everything. Israel said they're going to use weapons that have never been used before of unprecedented power. Who knows what that means? They're going to come in and they're going to be hitting. Hezbollah needs to take the Israeli air bases out of the mix because as you take an air base out, the airplanes aren't hitting you. So it's going to be this massive fire back and forth, missiles pouring in, everything they got. There will be no holds barred in the initiation of this. And the side that gets the other side to flinch first, to blink, to stop throwing punches and start defending, is the side that's going to win. And the Hezbollah understands that they're at a greater risk if they let the Israelis land the first punch. If they sit there and say, okay, we're going to watch Israel build up and we're going to let them hit the first punch. No matter how well prepared Hezbollah is, that first punch is going to be a big punch. And so Hezbollah has said, if we see you starting to get ready, we're going to hit you first. And the first punch we throw is going to be everything. It's not going to be a jab. It's not, it's not going to be dancing around. It is, you're coming in with a haymaker while they're not looking, and you're just trying to take them out with one punch. And that's what Hezbollah, they're going to come in and they're going to take everything out at once and then keep it going until Israel no longer exists. Once they start, they're not stopping until Israel is destroyed. That's the future. And my money's on Hezbollah. My money's not on Israel. Hezbollah has shown that it can collect the intelligence. They know where all these targets are. It's not guesswork. They have the precision missiles to strike. They have the numbers necessary to sustain. Israel won't win this fight. Israel will not only fail to defeat Hezbollah, Israel will be physically destroyed because of this. And I don't just mean their military. I mean Israel. Israel will be occupied. When the fight ends, Hezbollah will control the northern third of Israel. That's my assessment.
That's the fight.
And as Israel collapses, who knows what other jackals will jump in on this show. Hamas ain't defeated. And if you don't think for a second, as Israel diverts forces up to the north to take care of the emergency that's emerging there as their army is annihilated, that Hamas isn't going to come out of the anthills and make a move on the south. What about Egypt? Is Egypt going to sit there and say, hey, guys, this is the chance? Who knows? I mean, the point is, it'll be over for Israel. So it'll be a rapid defeat of Israel. And Netanyahu has to think about this because right now he can preserve, I believe, a viable Jewish entity in the Middle East as part of a larger Palestinian state. But if Israel gets in the business of being destroyed, not too many people are going to be interested in suddenly giving a damn about what the future of Jews in the Middle East is. It's over for Israel, and it's over for the Zionists. So that's my assessment in a nutshell.
And both of us are old enough to have seen Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson and guys like that fight. And those champions like that, here's what I can tell you. If you watch one of their fights, if they hit a guy and they see him stumble, he's done. You know what I mean? If Ali hits you or Tyson and they see you stumble, Ali was going to go on you and not stop until you were, Tyson, if he sees you, those guys, they just wanted to see you stumble a little bit and they would jump on you and annihilate you. And if Hezbollah hits Israel and Israel goes on their back foot, they're all over them, which is, a bad. Yeah. Anyway, let me say this. I'm going to touch on something that I think is important. Why would the deep state be so upset with Trump? I'm not trying to say that Trump is the second shortcoming of Gandhi by any stretch of the imagination. Let me read something from a recent Trump interview in Bloomberg. So the question was, would you defend Taiwan against China? Here's Trump's typical Trumpian kind of talk. He says, look, a couple of things. Number one, Taiwan, I know the people very well, respect them greatly. They take about 100% of our chip business. I think Taiwan should pay us for defense. You know, we're no different than an insurance company. Taiwan doesn't give us anything. Taiwan is 9,500 miles away. It's 68 miles from China, a slight advantage. And China's a massive piece of land. They could just bombard it. They don't even need to. I mean, they can literally just send shells. Now, they don't want to do that because they don't want to lose all those chip plants, you know, all those plants, and they don't want to do that. But I would tell you, that's the apple of President Xi's eye. He was a very good friend of mine. And until COVID, that I really, you know, I didn't feel the same way. Same thing with Putin. Putin, I get along very well. Our relationship, we were never in danger of a war. Okay, so here's my point. Again, if you listen to Trump, one of the things, some of his stuff is misguided. Yes. Some of his stuff doesn't make a lot of sense and might not work. But what you hear is the person that's saying, and later on he says, when he mentioned in that same interview, they mentioned Taiwan, he says, look, I don't want any new wars, right? It kind of makes you think back to Saturday and say, you know, I can kind of see why the intelligence community would be eyeing Trump. What you hear him say in Trumpian terms is not crazy. It's a long ways away. It's right next to China. They don't want to lose it. We don't need to fight this war. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, your thoughts on the stuff coming out of Trump's mouth. And anyway, your thoughts, Scott Ritter.
Well, let me throw in something else too, just in the mix, because Trump was president. And, you know, a lot of people, you know, he, you know, you remember his fire and fury speech at the United Nations about North Korea and noise like that. Let me talk about two realities that Trump was dished up, and he doesn't focus on it that much. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He assassinated, he murdered him. And he's very proud of that fact. You don't hear Trump talk about the Iranian missiles that hit Al-Assad Air Base and the signal that sent, how the Iranians achieved regional deterrent supremacy over the United States. Because after that event, you didn't hear Trump talking about delivering punches. This is why J.D. Vance and his stupidity of his speech where he talked about, we don't hit you soft, we hit you hard. I think Trump's going to sit him down and go, J.D., that's off the table. You weren't here when the missiles hit Al-Assad base. You don't realize that these guys can literally wipe us out of the region anytime they want. And we need to be a little bit careful about what we do and what we say in the Middle East. Because the anti-Iranian rhetoric, the open hostility towards Iran, sort of went away after al-Assad. The Taliban, you know, the military came in and said, give us everything. He gave them the mother of all bombs. He gave them more forces. He took away the rules of engagement. And in the end, he was confronted with the fact that we couldn't beat the Taliban. We couldn't. There was nothing we could do. We could get tied down in a forever war, but we couldn't beat the Taliban. And so he said, out. We're out. We're getting out of here. Now he's going to manage it. You hear all the talk, you know, we were going to manage how we got out. No, you weren't, Donald. You were going to get out. You know, because you knew that the Taliban had beat you. See, Trump understands there's limits to what America can do. Now he can't articulate that when he's, you know, being Mr., you know, I'm going to be the most powerful. But he knows. He's not Trump of 2016 where he didn't know. He's the Trump of today who knows that there are limits to what America can and can't do. And he's a man who can't be defeated. And what I mean by that is that he won't be defeated because if he gets involved in a fight, if he gets involved in a fight in Taiwan, he's going to lose. And he knows that. If he gets in a fight with Russia over Ukraine, he's going to lose. And he knows that. So he's going to avoid those fights. That's how I assess him. Not because he's the greatest leader in the world. Look, he's a narcissist. And a narcissist can't allow bad aura around you. And, you know, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, they know this. They know Donald Trump. I mean, you know, For all of Donald Trump I've met, well, Xi Jinping goes, I've met Donald Trump. I know who he is. I've got my intelligence people giving me the psychological assessments. Putin's the same way. Yeah, I met him. Remember the meeting in Helsinki? Okay, you're a cop. Body language is something you study. You've been taught that. What was the body language coming out of that private meeting when they both came walking out to the platform? You got one guy, his name was Vladimir Putin. You have another guy, and his name was Donald Trump. Reality. The reality is Trump doesn't dominate these people. He doesn't dominate Xi Jinping. He doesn't dominate Putin. They aren't looking for conflicts either. I do believe that Trump is a transactional presidency, and he will be looking for the deal. And this time, he's a one-term president. I think he's going to get a MAGA-controlled Senate and Congress that's going to back deals that he may cut to avoid getting America involved in these conflicts. I think his presidency is going to be very bad for Taiwan. I think his presidency is going to be very bad for Ukraine from the perspective of Taiwan nationalists and Ukraine nationalists. I think it's going to be very good for Taiwan because he's going to avoid a war. And I think it's going to be good for Ukraine because he's going to bring that war to an end. He's not going to do it by, as he says, the bluster. I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to give Putin a deal he can't refuse. No, you're not the Godfather. Putin doesn't care. But if you get on the phone, if you get somebody who could actually talk to the Russians, imagine if you got a Secretary of State who can call Anatoly Antonov, the Russian ambassador, and have a conversation with him, or Sergei Lavrov and have a conversation with them. The Russians will sit down and talk, and the Russians aren't stupid. The Russians will work with you to come up with a deal that allows Donald Trump to save face, because the Russians aren't stupid. They know you're not going to succeed by humiliating this man. Trump has to walk away with something that allows him to go, USA, I am the greatest, and all that kind of stuff. And they'll do that. But the Trump isn't perfect. You and I both know that. There's a lot wrong with Trump. But my God, if we have a situation where we can see Americans talking to Russians and we walk away from the potential of a nuclear war, if that ain't a win, I don't know what a win is. The Russians aren't out to dominate us. The Chinese aren't out to destroy us. They will work with us, but we have to talk to them, and we have to talk to them from a position of reason. And I'll take a transactional president whose opening premise is what's best for the economy of the United States, for the people of the United States. How do I create the best environment for the workers of America, over a president who is married to the rules-based international order come hell or high water? That's the establishment. That's Biden. That's failed. There's no guarantee Trump is going to succeed, especially because he's Trump and he can screw things up in a heartbeat. The Russians are worried about him because they say, I've been told this by several people, predictability is something they really like. Most people who are looking for global stability are looking for predictability. Joe Biden is predictable. They know what they're getting. It's not going to be good what they're getting, but it's predictable, and it allows them to construct policies that contain the problem of America. Trump is unpredictable. And so the Russians are coming in. They don't know where these negotiations are going. They don't know what the outcome is. This is not ideal for all the people saying, Putin wants Trump in there. I'm telling you right now, Putin does not want Trump because Trump is unpredictable. Russia's winning right now. If you don't understand that, you don't know anything. It's not like Russia's losing, desperate for an American president to come in and pull their ass out of the fire, excuse my language. Russia's winning. And so they're like, keep Biden in. We got this under control. We own this one. Trump comes in and wanting to solve a problem that Russia's winning. That's unpredictable. That's instability. That's bad. They're going to have to sit down with this guy because he's going to say, I want to talk. And they're going to have to listen to him. And then they have to say, God almighty, we got to do something. It may or may not work because Trump is, you don't know Trump. The man's all over the place. But from my perspective, I believe that if Biden stays on as the president of the United States, we will have a nuclear war with Russia.
Oh, we're done. I agree.
It's
Against somebody.
2026.
Somebody for sure. We're done.
2026.
I've said this. If Biden, if the Blinken-Sullivan team wins, forget Biden, he's kind of pretty much toast. I've said this. If the Blinken-Sullivan team wins, there's no way we survive another 4 years of that. It's over. The world doesn't survive. We're done. We might as well enjoy yourself, go fishing, have some fun, because your days are numbered. Blinken-Sullivan.
The New START treaty expires February 4th, 2026. We don't have any arms control at that point in time. The INF treaty, Trump pulled us out. Remember, Mr. Unpredictable. And we're both sides are deploying nuclear capable hypersonic intermediate range missiles into Europe in 2026. 2026 is the year of nuclear war. You can bank on it. By the summer of 2026, the world will end, unless we do something to stop it. And again, I believe Biden won't reverse course, and neither will the establishment, because this is what they want. Trump can come in and stop the deployment of the Dark Eagle system into Europe. He can do that. It's part of a transaction that has the Russians not building and deploying their intermediate nuclear forces treaty. Who knows? You know, when Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran nuclear deal, what he kept saying is, I don't like that deal. I want to make a better deal. I want to make a better deal. Now, the Iranians weren't having any of that. But now if he comes back to the Russians and says, okay, I know I pulled out of the INF treaty, but now we have this problem. Let's make a better deal. You see, Trump is the transactional guy. Maybe they can, maybe they won't. But I'd rather have, maybe we might have a chance of resolving the problems that will lead to the inevitability of a nuclear conflict in 2026 over, we're going to die. Because if you vote for Joe Biden, I'm just straight up telling this right now. I know there's people out there. What about abortion? What about this? That's all important. That's all the domestic issues are critically important. Climate change, none of it matters when you're dead. None of it matters when you're dead. And if you vote for Joe Biden and he wins, you are going to die in 2026. That is a 100% certainty. Vegas odd makers would back me up once I explained all the factors to them. We are lowering the threshold for the use of nuclear weapons. We are going into a nuclear arms race with the most destabilizing category of weapons, intermediate nuclear range weapons, deployed to Europe, which is the hot spot where tensions are high, where nobody's backing down. Everybody's describing it as an existential crisis. We're talking about putting B-61 bombs on operational standby alert. That means that every time an F-35 or F-16 aircraft takes off from a NATO airfield, Russia must treat it as an immediate existential threat because it might be carrying one of these operational bombs. We have Dark Eagle coming in. When it's fired, it hits Moscow in 7 minutes or less. No reaction time, which means Russia now has to put everything on hair trigger alert. Everything. And one mistake, one hiccup. And what makes you think Europe today is full of people who don't make mistakes? What makes you think the United States is incapable of mistake? One mistake, misjudgment, one miscalculation, and Russia will preempt. Because they have to. They can't sit there and say, let them hit us first. Russia will preempt. And Russian preemption isn't going to be limited. It's going to be everything. Hitting the panic button. It's all in. And it's over. That's the direction we're heading. 100% certainty of global nuclear annihilation if Joe Biden gets reelected and you vote for him and he gets reelected. The only chance we have is for a candidate to say, I want to put a stop to this. That I want to talk to the Russians, that I'm going to eliminate the policy of strategic defeating Russia. We no longer are seeking the strategic defeat of Russia. That's a prerequisite, by the way, because the Russians aren't going to talk to us about nuclear disarmament so long as we want to strategically defeat them, because the one thing that prevents our strategic defeat of Russia is its nuclear arsenal. So we have to walk away from that policy. We have to articulate sound policies that seek a new European security framework, stability, peace, etc. And then we have to talk about the Russians, about getting rid of the game we're playing, Russian roulette, 6 chambers. But this ain't 1 or 2 bullets, ladies and gentlemen. We've jammed 6 bullets into every chamber. There's no empty. When it goes, there's no click. It's boom. That's it. We're all going to die. And if you don't believe that, enjoy life. You got 2 more years, less than 2 years. Enjoy it. Empty your bank account. Fly around the world, and then come the summer of 2026, You'll find a place where you can sit back, drink a cold beer, and watch the world die. Play this the evergreen song Santa Monica, because that's what it's going to be about. Watching the world die.
I am 100% in agree with everything you said, Scott. 100% in agreement. And for some time, I've said Biden that the world cannot survive a second term of Blinken Sullivan, because let's face it, if you've been paying attention, Biden is not in the middle of this thing. Biden is not making any decisions. Biden is not involved in the conversation. And if he was, it wouldn't be any better, because he thinks like these lunatics. Last question. Got a few more minutes here. The current state of affairs on the battlefield in Ukraine, Scott.
Let me just start, because everybody's like, Scott, you've been calling for the collapse of the Ukrainian army forever, and it hasn't collapsed. I don't know. What if I was in World War II, and after the Battle of Kursk, where I saw the Germans deplete their strategic reserves, their defense industry could never be able to reconstitute what was lost, and the Soviets were, maintained their strength and had the initiative now. What if I said it's inevitable that the German army is going to collapse? And then 44 runs around and you go, Scott, it didn't collapse. You're wrong. You're an idiot. You're the worst analyst in the world. But then Operation Bagration takes place and we get the collapse of Army Group Center. Now, it wasn't the total collapse of the German army. They were able to reconstitute and solidify the defensive lines. And then they maintained steady defense up until May of 1945 when it all ended, because there wasn't anything left to defend. It wasn't a collapse. If you think the Battle of Berlin was a collapse, you don't know what the Battle of Berlin was. The Germans fought hard. The Germans fought hard up until the very day. We celebrate, we claim that the war ended on May 8th is when we call Victory Day. The May 9th is the Russians call it. But you do know that Battle Group Steiner, almost 1 million heavily armed Germans, were still actively fighting the Russians in Czechoslovakia, withdrawing from Prague because they didn't want to be taken prisoner by the Russians. So they were fighting their way to get to the American line. And they continued fighting up until May 11th and 12th. And when I say fighting, I'm talking about daily combat with tens of thousands of dead people. So that was the German army, the defeated German army. When you look at the American battle again in Europe, our bloodiest month wasn't D-Day, the invasion of Normandy, or June, July, the Battle of Falaise Pocket, nope. Cobra, nope. How about December 44, January 45, Battle of the Bulge, nope. The deadliest month was April 1945, the last full month of the war, when the German army was defeated, when it had collapsed. Why? Because the Germans continued to have cohesive defensive capabilities that required the Americans to close with and destroy through firepower maneuver. And they fought till the bitter end. And they killed more Americans in that month than any other month of the war. But America won. Germany, it was easy to predict the defeat of Germany once we got into Normandy. It was inevitable. This is where we are with the Ukrainians. Ladies and gentlemen, they can't win. They can't win. It's militarily impossible for them to turn this around. At the NATO summit, we had the NATO members admit that they simply can't supply Ukraine with that which they need to sustain this fight. The Russians, on the other hand, are getting everything they need. Their military strength is growing by the day. It's a deadly fight. I mean, you can become addicted to Telegram videos. You get on there and you got the Ukrainian Telegram channels showing them popping off Russian soldiers. And you got the Russian Telegram channel showing them popping off Ukrainians. And if you just watch that, you go, oh, the Russians are dominating. Oh, the Ukrainians are dominating. Well, go to Zaporizhia front right now. The Russians are, getting the shit kicked out. I can't say that. Getting the heck kicked out of them in Zaporizhia front. Why? Because the Ukrainians have momentary drone dominance. The Russians can't attack. If they try to attack, they literally get popped off by the Ukrainians as they attempt to push forward. Their troops in the forward edge of the battlefield are living in fear of Ukrainian drones coming down and killing them. The Ukrainians are killing a whole bunch of Russians there, a whole bunch. But nevertheless, the Russians were able, around Uladar, it's very difficult, but the Russians were able to move a little bit to the north and get a breakthrough up there because they have more forces, more capability. They were able to achieve dominance, breakthrough. Now they're outflanking Uladar, and they're going to solve the drone problem eventually, and the Ukrainians are going to have to be pushed back. It's going to cost the Russians a lot of guys, but it's costing the Ukrainians troops they can't replace. This is literally the Wilderness Campaign. This is the campaign Grant versus Lee, 1864, where the Confederates won just about every battle on the ground, but had to withdraw because they couldn't replace the troops. The Ukrainians are fighting hard. In certain areas, the Ukrainians are achieving tactical victories, tactical success on the ground. But the price they're paying means that tactical success is an operational defeat, which leads to strategic failure. The Russians are winning in more places than they're losing. The pressure being placed on the Ukrainians is overwhelming. The Ukrainians are talking about committing all these resources to fight north of Kharkov, in Volchansk, and elsewhere. But what they're not saying is at the same time, normally when you had something like that, the Russians might be able to put pressure on you in 1 or 2 or 3 other places on the battlefield. Russia is putting pressure on 11 places on the battlefield right now, none of which the Ukrainians can contain. This battle is a war of attrition that's running through the Ukrainian resources. Faster. There's talk of Ukraine launching a counteroffensive. Scott, how can they launch a counteroffensive if they're strategically defeated? I don't know. Battle of the Bulge. Remember, guys? Falaise Gap, huge, wiped out the Germans. They retreated in disarray to the line, defensive line, and then they launched a major counteroffensive in December of 1944, the Battle of the Bulge, Ardennes Forest. Every professional military counterattacks. That's just the way it is. Just like every professional boxer counterpunches. The whole thing in the military, and the Ukrainians are professional military, is when you're attacked and you're pushed out of an objective, the weakest the attacker is going to be is at that point, because they just attacked. Offensive operation, very difficult. Command and control breaks down. You win because a couple people with the courage to assault through, get to the objective, push the enemy off. But now they may have ammunition depletion issues. They have manpower depletion issues. They may not be in communication with the man on their left and their right. It is disarray. They appear to have won, but they're actually extraordinarily weak. So when you get pushed off, if you can consolidate your power, you immediately counterattack to push them off and for you to consolidate. That's just the way the war goes on the frontier. The Russians attack, the Ukrainians counterattack. The Russians attack, the Ukrainians counterattack. That's just the way it is. Ukraine will launch a counterattack, and they'll lose. They'll all be killed, and they'll lose. The trajectory of this conflict leads to one unescapable reality, that Ukraine has lost the military phase of this. There's no miracle weapon. The F-16s aren't going to solve anything. Infusion of money isn't going to solve anything. What money? Germany just cut the amount of money they're giving Ukraine by 50%. This is the reality. Europe can't sustain this. NATO can't sustain this. Russia can sustain this. And so that's the direction we're heading. War is an extension of politics by other means. Now we're looking for a political conclusion to this disaster for Ukraine. And the Russians have said, if you continue to want to play this out on the battlefield, the political solution will be very bad for you. Viktor Orban has been traveling around trying to generate support for it, negotiate it in. Russia has been supportive of this effort, not because they're weak, but because Russia understands that if you can achieve your objective through diplomacy, then there's no need to sacrifice Russian military lives. And the Russians have said the terms of conflict termination are going to be very dire. I mean, I heard Lavrov say something the other day that for the first time leads me to believe that that Odessa and Kharkov may in fact be on the table now, because he said we can't end this conflict with the Ukrainians being in charge of territories where there's a Russian population that they've been attacking. And so that means Odessa, Kharkov, Dnipropetrovsk, these territories are now, I think, at play in the negotiation. Putin put something on the table earlier that said, we'll stop at Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Lugansk. But he said, you have to take it now. If you make us continue this, we're changing the terms. I think the terms have been changed. And Ukraine has no choice but to accept this reality. If they don't, it's going to be a disaster. And I think Europe's looking at the reality that, I mean, you got van der Leyen up there talking, now she's, reelected, reselected leader of the European, Council. And she's out there saying, we're going to build a European institute. Why? Donald Trump's coming. They're seeing the writing on the wall. There's no more blank American check. There's no more let's fund till forever. It's over. It's over. The endless war in Ukraine isn't going to happen. The Ukraine conflict will be resolved, and Europe is going to be left holding this broken, empty bag.
Yeah, the other side of it is there's an opportunity for Europe to kind of get back on its feet a little bit, if they can resolve, return to get fuel and energy and things like that. One of the things, again, I hate to keep, but we might as well talk about it. One of the things that J.D. Vance said for all of his weaknesses, he said, basically, Europe got screwed out of this. So here's my point on both of them. For all of their weaknesses, we have people now who have no touch whatsoever with reality, right? Those guys, at least they got one foot on the ground. The other one may be in the air, but there's one foot on the ground. If you say Europe, the people that really got screwed out of this, they're being deindustrialized. That's what J.D. Vance said. It's the truth. You know what I mean? If you say, look, hey, Taiwan's a long ways away. What the heck are we doing? Hey, I know Putin, I know Xi, I know these guys, they're tough guys. A friend of mine was telling me the other day, he says, a lot of the rappers like Trump. And I was like, yeah, I know, like I saw 50 Cent, the hip hop. He goes, well, it's the tough guy thing. Especially now he's been shot and got down. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people who the tough guy thing works with them. I was a cop. I tell you, the guys that I work with, the tough guy thing works with a lot of people. And you can't fake that out. And now, and even a lot of the rappers, he's been charged. And a lot of rappers are like, yeah, okay, I understand that. You know what I mean?
Me too. You see my rap sheet?
Yeah, exactly. The man came after you and you caught a charge. Oh, you got shot at. Yeah, know about that. Seen some stray bullets flying around my neighborhood. You know what I mean? It's real to some people. It may not even be real, but but at any rate, that's real to some people. And if you listen to Trump and Vance, there's some things that they say that are grounded in reality. Right now, we got people that are completely caught in narratives that are suicidal narratives.
Yeah.
Last word, Scott.
No, I mean you're 100% correct. Look, let's go to Israel, and I love it. People, as if we didn't know, they put up the AIPAC thing. J.D. Vance is taking this much money from AIPAC. It ain't a secret, guys. Last night, I mean, it was very disturbing for me to watch these people. Blind support for Israel, terminate the Gaza crisis. Okay, fine. We're in a political event where people are going to, swallow the red meat. And for the Republican base and even for the Democratic base, blind support of Israel is what it is. But here's the difference. Joe Biden is part of an establishment that has literally facilitated genocide. Now, I'm not saying that Trump and J.D. Vance wouldn't have done the same thing. They probably would have. They probably would have done it harder. But Trump is a transactional president. The Trump that took America to Jerusalem, the American embassy to Jerusalem, the Trump that, positioned Israel with the Abraham Accords to dominate the region. He did that because the conditions facilitated that. He didn't have, that's the deal he could get because he's about a deal. He has given an interview recently where he talks about Israel and he says, look, there has to be peace. There has to be peace. And I believe that I could help create this peace through negotiations. But he says there's one side that doesn't want peace right now, and it's Israel. He knows that. Doesn't matter. J.D. Vance can sit there and say everything he wants. He's not president. I think I want to remind people that J.D. Vance isn't president. And the vice president is historically weak. If you think Donald Trump is going to pull a Barack Obama and make J.D. Vance the Joe Biden of any major aspect of this policy, you don't know Donald Trump. Donald Trump is about Donald Trump. And whatever happens is going to be because Donald Trump made it happen. He is the ultimate narcissist in this event. He's not going to hand off Israel to J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance may be invited to sit into the room, opine, but it's the guy who does the deal that's going to be the one doing it. And the deal is based upon reality, not what you want it to be, but what it is. And no matter where Trump was on Israel in 2016 to 2020, post August 7, 2023, Israel is a whole new reality. and Donald Trump has to deal with that reality. And so I think that we have a better chance for bringing this conflict to an end with a Trump presidency. I know everybody's like, he's a Zionist, he's this. He's a deal maker, and Hamas is at the table, and Hamas ain't going away. You know, imagine Donald Trump in 2016 admitting that by 2020, he would be at the table with the Taliban. Just imagine, go ahead, imagine that. You can't imagine that. He was like, I'm going to give the military everything they need to destroy the Taliban. But when the military failed, next thing you know, Trump senior administration officials are at the table with the Taliban cutting a deal. Trump will be at the table. The Trump administration will be at the table with Hamas, and they will cut a deal. That's my prediction. Is it going to be a perfect deal? Is it going to make everybody happy? No. But here's the thing about it. There's certain things that Trump can't undo. I told you, Israel's fatally wounded. Trump could be the greatest surgeon in the world. You can't cure a fatal wound. Won't be able to save Israel. All he can do is address the symptoms right now to bring about an end to the fighting. But Israel's finished, because at the end of the day, Israel's got to, it's got to be held accountable for the genocide they've committed. Israel can't be allowed. If you're going to talk about a Palestinian state, there can't be West Bank settlements. Israel will have to resolve that issue. That'll break the back of Israel. Israel will fall in on itself. You can't fix the economy. No one's going to beat the Houthi. And so, I mean, I just have to say this. The admiration I have for Yemen and for the Houthi, for Nasrallah, again, this is just an outside observer. I don't have any vested interest in this. The courage that they have shown in standing up and fighting for what they believe in when nobody else believed in it. Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf Arab states, nobody. The Houthi were already in a war with Saudi Arabia. They've been at war since 2014. And they took on the biggest fight imaginable. They took on Israel and the United States, and they won. They won. They beat the United States Navy. They have blockaded Israel. Trump has to deal with that reality. Trump has to deal with that reality.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of funny because they actually say that this is our prayers being answered. You know what I mean? We were looking for a chance to fight these bastards, basically. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny when you look at it, but it just goes to show. I've read a book by General Diop and called People's War, People's Army, and in that, one of the things that he talked about is you can win a war if you have a just cause, right? And part of that is, as a fighter, if you're fighting for a just cause, if you're fighting, as we've talked about, if you feel like somebody's attacking your land, your family, your life, everything is behind you, and they're going to go through you. But if they go through you, they're going to kill your family, they're going to take your land, they're going to do everything. It's harder to fight. It's the war of just cause. What the advantage that the Yemen fighters have is they believe that they're fighting for a just cause, and most people probably agree with them in this world. So to them, it's not a fight to, oh, well, I hope I don't die. I'm trying to make some money. It is, I've got a just cause, and I've got to stand for that just cause, which means they're not going to stop fighting, which means they're bombing. What the hell? They're bombing us. They've been bombed for the last 5, 6, 8 years by. So ultimately, you get a country that says they're fighting for a just cause. You're just not going to beat the guy who's fighting for a just cause. All right, Scott Ritter, don't forget everybody. And again, this is not Trump is the greatest guy in the world. I think it's more of the Biden is the worst guys in the world. That's what it really is. They're the worst in the world. So, any port in a storm, as they say. All right, Scott, don't forget everybody.
It's like being confronted with a situation where you go, it's it's 100% chance I'm going to die. 100%. There's no way out of this. And then you're like Jim Carrey in the movie Dumb and Dumber, where he's talking to the girl and she's like,
its own strategic approach. China has a peace plan. America has a war policy, and Europe, instead of having its own strategic approach, simply copies the American position. This powerful quote is from Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, who now holds one of the most powerful positions in Europe. His government just assumed the presidency of the European Union for the remainder of 2024. And that means Viktor Orban, who recently met with Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and Donald Trump, will have a tremendous amount of leverage over future EU decisions. It's important because on the other side of the world, NATO just concluded its 75-year anniversary event. And this defensive organization has officially switched gears and once again is making an offensive move. Their newest target is China, and NATO is now looking to expand to an entire new region of the world, Asia Pacific. But something remarkable happened over the weekend that could change the entire future of NATO. We've all seen the video of the assassination attempt on Republican frontrunner Donald Trump. The images coming out of the rally are shocking, and this event has changed the entire future of the US election and most likely the entire future of global geopolitics. We are reaching a tipping point, with the epicenter of political chaos being the United States and the 2024 election. During NATO's 75th anniversary event, Joe Biden delivered one of the most awkward moments in his career when he mistakenly introduced Ukraine's president as Mr. Putin. Of course, this was just a verbal gaffe from Biden, but the optics look bad, and his support is quickly declining as many voters now realize an 82-year-old Biden is no longer mentally capable of leading the United States. Meanwhile, Donald Trump not only survived a gunshot, but he will use this attempt on his life as valuable fuel to his re-election campaign. Nearly 25% of Americans now feel that patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save our country. And 75% believe that American democracy is at risk in the 2024 presidential election. To be honest, American democracy is at risk this November. And one organization that will be watching the US elections very closely is NATO, because here is where things get interesting. Donald Trump is the one person that NATO fears the most, because Trump has been an outspoken critic of the organization and pledged to make significant changes if he is reelected. The 75-year NATO anniversary summit was supposed to be a grand event to showcase NATO's strength and rally behind Ukraine. But just listen to the words of former US Ambassador Chaz Freeman, who reveals what the summit actually did. Instead of strengthening NATO and showing its power, the summit did the opposite. It laid bare its cracks, its failures to deal with reality, and its incapacity to respond to the emergence of multipolarity. This is quite the statement from the former ambassador, and it couldn't be truer. While Joe Biden stood on stage and proclaimed the war will end with a Ukrainian victory and that Russia will not prevail, Biden's emotion and his words don't actually change the cold hard facts of what's happening on the battlefield. As of today, Russia has more manpower and more military equipment than it did at the start of the war. Ukraine has lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and this simple animation illustrates just how much of Ukraine's land has been destroyed and the new border that is emerging between Russia and Ukraine. This NATO summit was supposed to see another $100 billion for Ukraine. In the end, NATO could only agree on sending $40 billion. However, the biggest gift Ukraine received was a promise that its progress towards joining NATO is now, quote, irreversible. But let's be honest, these are empty words, as there is no such thing as irreversibility, and the NATO pledges of today don't guarantee future funding. This was first reported in the Wall Street Journal, who shares Ukraine's irreversible path to NATO is paved with uncertainty. In reality, NATO's joint communique is simply a friendly gesture, and NATO membership could easily be blocked if Donald Trump returns to the White House next year. The crazy part of this entire deal is that even if NATO wanted to admit Ukraine into the organization today, it couldn't, because the country's level of corruption is too high and too widespread to make Ukraine eligible for NATO in the first place. Which makes you wonder, why has the US been pushing Ukraine to NATO membership since 2008 if it's not even eligible to join? But here is where it all comes full circle, because last Thursday, Viktor Orban, who once again currently holds the rotating presidency of the European Union, flew to Florida to personally meet with Donald Trump. Now, typically, we don't see European leaders endorse US presidential candidates during election season, as they prefer to stay neutral and open to working with whoever wins the election. But Orban is standing by Trump, fully endorsing him for president, and together they have a very different vision for Ukraine. When Orban met with Zelensky, he flat out told him that he was opposed to Ukraine's ascension into NATO, and instead urged the Ukrainian president to consider a ceasefire and, quote, speed up peace talks. If Donald Trump wins this November, the NATO alliance is going to look very different, as Trump vowed to end the Russia-Ukraine war before he is even sworn into office on January 20th. But now it's time to expose NATO's new plan and how they are shifting the blame of the Russia-Ukraine war to the other side of the planet. China has emerged as NATO's next target, and the rhetoric coming out of the summit is quite remarkable. Just look at this official NATO statement. The People's Republic of China's stated ambitions and coercive policies continue to challenge our interests, security, and values. The deepening strategic partnership between Russia and the PRC and their mutually reinforcing attempt to undercut and reshape the rules-based international order are a cause for profound concern. Now, this is quite a bold statement for NATO to make when you consider the simple fact that NATO members have zero regard for international law when it comes to the carnage that has been unleashed in Gaza. The Lancet, one of the world's most respected medical journals, recently published a report that estimates Gaza death tolls are likely over 186,000 victims. But where is NATO and international law here? Once again, it doesn't matter, because NATO wants us to focus on China and believe that China is now responsible for the war in Ukraine. But allow me to give you 4 facts that prove this argument false. The first is that over 60% of Russia's imported military components come from the United States and Western allies. In addition, the US and its allies have yet to stop trading with Russia, with last year's trade exceeding $130 billion, or roughly 18% of Russia's foreign trade. But hold on, it gets even more absurd with the second fact. This graph shows the absolute explosion of India's imports from Russia. In fact, India has increased its imports of Russian oil by over 1,800% since before the war in Ukraine, while China has only increased its import of Russian oil by 43%. This fact was reported by French geopolitical commentator Arnaud Bertrand, who shares India has compensated for almost 70% of Russia's revenue loss from the EU, whilst China compensated for 25%. But only one of those countries is labeled as a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine. The irony here is outstanding. China is the aggressor, while NATO calls India a partner for a peaceful, free, and democratic world. Now, for the record, I have no problem with India purchasing record amounts of Russian oil at a discounted price and then reselling that oil in the open market, by the way, mainly to Europeans, for a substantial profit. India sees an opportunity in the market and are simply capitalizing on it, which is fine because India is an independent country and should be allowed to do what's in their best national interests. It just amazes me that NATO can give India the pass while simultaneously blaming China, which makes fact number 3 even more fascinating, because China is actually helping Ukraine on the battlefield with its superior drone technology. Earlier in the war, American-made drones were heavily used by the Ukrainian army. But as this Business Insider report reveals, American drones are glitching and getting lost in Ukraine, giving way to a flood of Chinese drones. Once again, the great irony here is that not only is Chinese technology helping Ukraine, it's also powering the United States military as well. The CEO of Raytheon, one of America's largest weapons manufacturers, recently stated, if we had to pull out of China, it would take us many, many years to reestablish that capability, either domestically or in other friendly countries. Basically, if the United States ever found itself in a military battle against China, it would depend on Chinese technology for the resources to build up its military equipment. Check out this Bloomberg article, which reveals that even the Pentagon and the US Defense Department can't avoid doing business with China's Huawei because it's one of the world's most successful telecommunication brands with a dominant position throughout the globe. Once again, NATO and the US want you to believe that China is the biggest threat and an aggressor in Asia. But just look at this chart of US military bases throughout the region and focus on the Philippines, which the US military is planning to build 4 new military bases in the South China Sea. The truth is that NATO poses a serious threat to the future stability of Asia, and the first person to warn of this threat was none other than Kishore Mahbubani, a Singaporean diplomat who is the former president of the UN Security Council and authored this 2021 article entitled Asia Say No to NATO. The article is brilliant, and although it's over 3 years old, it's worth reading today because it states the absolute truth of what NATO expansion would mean for the region. The biggest danger we face in NATO expanding its tentacles from the Atlantic to the Pacific is that it could end up exporting its disastrous militaristic culture to the relatively peaceful environment we have developed in East Asia. Indeed, if NATO was a wise thinking and learning organization, it should actually be studying the East Asian record, especially the ASEAN record of preserving peace and learning lessons from it. Instead, it is doing the opposite, thereby creating real dangers for our region. In view of the risk to East Asia throughout the potential expansion of NATO culture, all of East Asia should speak with one voice and say no to NATO. Everyone, I have one final point to make, and it comes from this brilliant Financial Times article entitled "Seize Peace in Ukraine Before It's Too Late." This is an important article for the world to see because it was written and endorsed by some of the West's most influential voices on Russia relations, including Sir Anthony Brenton, British ambassador to Russia from 2004 to 2008, and Jack Matlock, the U.S. ambassador to the USSR from 1987 to 1991. It goes on to state, Russia's latest military gains in the Donetsk region reinforce the case for a negotiated settlement of the war in Ukraine. All informed analysts agree that short of a serious escalation of war, the likeliest outcome will be a continued stalemate on the ground with a not insignificant chance of victory. Reluctance by the official West to accept a negotiated peace rests on the belief that anything short of a complete Ukrainian victory would allow Putin to get away with it. But this ignores by far the most important outcome of the war so far, that Ukraine has fought for its independence and won it, as Finland did in 1939 and 40. Some territorial concessions would seem a small price to pay for the reality, rather than semblance of independence. If a peace based on roughly the present division of forces in Ukraine is inevitable, it is immoral not to try for it now. Just let that final sentence sink in for a moment, and remember the animation I shared earlier in today's video, and the new border that is being established between Russia and Ukraine. A peace deal can be settled on today that would allow Ukraine to retain its independence, and most importantly, stop this brutal war that is devastating the entire continent of Europe. I completely agree with the former US and UK ambassadors who argue that if this is a pathway for peace that exists today, which of course it does, it is immoral not to sit down and negotiate a peace settlement immediately. Everyone, we are just over 100 days left until the 2024 presidential election, and a lot will change between now and November 5th. Will Biden win his re-election campaign and endorse a NATO expansion to Asia? Will the Democrats replace Biden with a younger and more capable nominee? Or will Donald Trump ride the momentum he gained from this assassination attempt, win back the White House, and negotiate a peace settlement directly with Vladimir Putin? Honestly, anything is possible, and as always, we're going to break down all the future developments.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. If you are subscribed to my Substack, you may have already read my latest post where I discussed that following the end of NATO summit that took place in Washington, D.C. this past week, the official NATO declaration for the first time ever referred to China, and I quote here, as the official enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg actually accused China of, quote, fueling the largest conflict since World War II. The NATO alliance is focusing more on China now, and they made it official. You're welcome to watch those videos of Jens Stoltenberg making those claims, making those accusations over on my Substack if you're interested. But let's move forward. What this is telling me is that it is now officially allowed for NATO and the European Union to start working on a plan similar to the one where they seized $300 billion in Russian sovereign assets held in Western banks. Only now, they would like to take it one step further, just to make sure that they do everything in their power to push away not just Russia, but also China. Today, I would like to bring to your attention this recent article in CNN. And yes, before you say anything about CNN, I know that our expectations are very low when it comes to their reporting, but this article is just on a different level. This article is unthinkable. CNN reports that the US officials cheerfully announced to CNN that there are leading discussions with EU states to seize Chinese assets in Europe. We need to be very aware of the presentation here. Let's start with that. CNN writes, NATO allies are discussing reclaiming some Chinese-owned infrastructure in Europe. What exactly is reclaiming in this particular case, in this context? The word reclaiming is clearly used to generate support or indifference from readers who don't really question what reclaiming means. This infrastructure either belongs to the EU or it doesn't. Property law is very black and white. And if China and the EU are not at war with each other, what grounds do NATO allies have to seize these assets? Let's continue reading. NATO officials are discussing taking action to reclaim some Chinese-owned infrastructure projects in Europe should a wider conflict with Russia break out in the east of the continent, 3 officials involved in the discussions told CNN. A decade ago, CNN explains, when Europe was still crawling out of the economic crater caused by the global financial crisis, the promise of infrastructure funding from Chinese-owned investment firms seemed like a major windfall. Now, with the largest land war being waged in Europe since World War II, and the West warning of Beijing's support of Russia's invasion of Ukraine as if the West has nothing to do with it, NATO countries now see those investments as a liability, with allies beginning to discuss ways to reclaim some of those projects, the official said. Remember that first they prepare you by giving you a little bit of information, and then they follow up with their next steps. They always tell you about their plans. So in this particular case, first they prepared everyone by having NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg state that China is now de facto an adversary, and the very following day, literally, they let you know of their plans to seize the infrastructure owned by Chinese companies in Europe. By the way, if this does take place, rest assured it won't just be the European Union. The United States may mirror those actions since its relations with China continue to deteriorate virtually on a daily basis. The fear, according to one US official, is that Beijing could use the infrastructure it owns in Europe to provide material assistance to Russia if the conflict were to expand. The goal, officials say, is to figure out a path forward well in advance of any potential conflict. So there are many things here to unpack. The first one is that, well, they're literally telling us that the war is going to escalate. That is the goal, and they are preparing for it actively. The second thing is, of course, they are trying to be proactive about their preparations in a variety of ways. How exactly would China use its infrastructure in the EU with its strict government regulations to assist Russia? This is more of an excuse to, once again, attempt to bully someone into submission, and that's unlikely to work in this particular case. A representative from China has already responded to NATO accusations. He said, the US and its allies have yet to stop trading with Russia. Last year, their trade with Russia reached over $130 billion, accounting for 18% of Russia's foreign trade. The US might as well reflect on the root cause of the crisis and do something for peace rather than being an unfair judge in this crisis. The US must never expect China to pay for the mistakes the US has made, and China will never accept US blame shifting, bullying, and coercion. So after seizing Russian foreign assets, the European Union would like to start preparing early this time around, and they would like to prepare early to seize the infrastructure and other assets, I assume, that are owned by China. China used to be EU's biggest trading partner. This plan is unthinkable and self-harming on so many different levels. First, legal, of course. Second, in terms of economics, let's talk about decoupling. Decoupling from Russian cost-efficient natural resources such as crude oil, natural gas, and LNG has already cost Europe an arm and a leg. Since now they have to buy LNG from the United States that costs 40% more than Russian LNG. I shared the details in a recent video. Now Europe is ready to nationalize assets that are owned by China. No foreign nation will ever want to invest in European economy after this, knowing that not only their sovereign assets, but also their infrastructure could be stolen in the event that their foreign policy doesn't align with that of Western countries. A NATO official said that if a war erupted, the infrastructure, quote, would almost certainly be nationalized, or nations would temporarily assume operating control under emergency security measures. China can sue them in court after the fact, he said. A senior US official says the discussions have expanded beyond low tech to include high tech interests as well, like quantum computing, semiconductors, and telecom infrastructure. Europe is clearly on a path to self-destruction. Decoupling from Russia and now most likely from China will be an extremely painful experience because Europe, with its biggest economy, Germany, now deindustrializing and therefore losing its productivity, won't be able to produce the same amount of goods at the same low prices to satisfy its domestic demand. If this is the route the EU leadership chooses, let's hope that they are preparing for a huge economic war that such actions will, without a doubt, entail. Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments below. I would love to hear from you as always. Thank you.
Excited to be with you as always. Today, of course, I have a great guest. Insights, first of all, about the final communique of NATO that is mentioning that now they're going to be opening, by the way, a liaison office in none other than the Jordanian capital of Amman in the Middle East. Why the heck is NATO going to the Middle East for?
They are like the 3-year-old child with a hammer, a plastic hammer. They're always looking for something to hit with it, regardless of whether it needs to be hit or not. And so that's what you're seeing with NATO. They're failing in their mission in Ukraine. So the NATO attempt to use Ukraine as a proxy it's a complete utter failure. They just haven't accepted it yet. So they're in what Kubler-Ross calls the 5 stages of grief. They're still in the denial phase, maybe approaching the bargaining phase, but they certainly haven't got to the acceptance stage. So therefore, NATO's looking for new enemies to conquer, because as long as you got new enemies on the horizon, you can justify your existence. And they're talking. The talk about getting involved in the Middle East doesn't concern me as much as their talk about getting involved with China. Now, I don't know if you're old enough to remember SEATO, SEATO, Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, set up in 1954. Basically, this was NATO for Asia back then. It was headquartered in Thailand. And basically, unstated purpose, it was to combat the spread of communism. This was a NATO organization under the guise of being SEATO that was to sort of buck up French colonial interests in Southeast Asia, in particular Vietnam. And the collapse of SEATO coincided with the end of the war in Vietnam, 1975. It was based in Thailand. Now, nobody's heard about it. Guess what? Now we're back to the future. So that's why I say this is sort of like the movie Back to the Future. We're going back in time. And they're now they're going to confront China directly. See, the purpose for SEATO in the 1950s, 60s was to confront communism, which was seen as China, even though in Vietnam it was Russia that was supporting the Vietnamese, not the Chinese. So, a whole nother issue. But now NATO's talking about confronting China. And you're going, you guys can't even defeat the Houthis, okay?
That's true.
And you definitely can't defeat Russia. So you're wanting to take on China? What is wrong with you? It's just crazy stuff.
Yeah. Well, this is like a segue to a key question that the community have been asking about. And this has to do, and we're gonna be talking in the hypothetical here, Larry. It's because just I hope it never materializes, because it will be the end. But given your military background, given your professional experience, and you've been around long enough to know how these things work, right. Hypothetically, if there is a conflict, a military one-on-one between the US and China, how do you see this played out? Will we ever be able to win?
Well, you have to define what is, quote, victory.
Mm-hmm.
If victory with respect to China, at least from the perspective of the United States, would mean the removal of the government of Xi Jinping
Mm-hmm.
and the removal of the Communist Party and completely from power,
Mm-hmm.
The installation of a government that is considered friendly to the West, one almost subservient to the West. So, defined in those terms, can the United States prevail over China? No, not at all. China has too many built-in advantages apart from the fact that it's defending its home territory. Any force that the United States brings to try to attack China, we don't have, number one, we don't have the manpower in the U.S. Army to launch any kind of ground attack, an amphibious landing to occupy and invade parts of China. The Chinese, in terms of sheer manpower, just would overwhelm us. The ability of our naval task force, the carrier task force, to get close to China is also in question, because the Chinese have hypersonic missiles that can defeat any air defense system that's on the carrier battle group. So those ships, if they tried to get close, would be sunk. And that means the U.S. is left with air power. Well, conventional air power will be, ineffective in China. Yeah, it could cause a little bit of damage, but a lot of U.S. aircraft will get shot down, which means the U.S. only other option is a nuclear strike. And are we ready to escalate to a nuclear war when the Chinese are capable with both submarine and land-based systems, and as well as air launch systems, that they could strike back? And they've got the added advantage that they've got Russia as a partner now. So, I mean, this is just, for the United States to entertain something like that, it'd just be suicide. So what we have is a case
Russia never let the U.S.
the drunk guy in the bar that's mouthing off, threatening to fight everybody. And then you look over and realize he's sitting in a wheelchair. He can't get out of his wheelchair to fight and even throw a punch. That's about where the United States is right now. Tough talking, belligerent, making lots of threats, but its ability to really follow up and implement them, very, very limited.
Unlikely. Well, this is why I had a chance to read some info from Washington Inside about, it was a report basically from the Pentagon, the indication as far as the Chinese naval assets. And this is, to me, what led me to believe there is no way we will be able to defeat the Chinese, let alone logistically it won't make any sense. Well, what I did find out is that the PLA and the People's Liberation Army Navy, as of today, it has about 355 ships in its fleet. So the expectation is that the PLN intend to increase that to 420 by the next 4 years. And by sort of 2030, it will be about 460. Right. We stand no chance against the Chinese for that one. So Now, speaking of this, within the realm of this one, we all heard about how NATO now is aiming at expanding in Asia, which is to me laughable. what the heck is NATO, the North Atlantic, going to do in Asia? Where the and laughing aside, because sometimes
what this really is about is shaking down the taxpayers. Like Julian Assange said, they don't want to win wars. They don't care about that. But it's about creating forever wars so they can wash the money out the tax bases in their countries. Once they say they got to fight China and Russia, okay, that takes hundreds of billions of dollars. Where the hell you think they get it from? For you.
Times we might think, well, those are crazies in Brussels that they're thinking in these terms of us. And they end up doing the craziest things ever. Hypothetically, if this to move forward, how do you expect Asia to respond to this expansion of NATO?
I think Asia will be hostile to it. Let's define, who are we looking at? Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia would be, I think, the principal ones resisting it. The one that's right now sort of in favor of it is the Philippines, which is odd because one of the major trading partners for the Philippines is China. So why alienate the Chinese? It just doesn't make sense. So this is, United States is, I guess, hoping to, rebuild its presence in the Philippines at the basis. Remember, there was during the early 1990s, the Filipinos sort of after the Marcos regime fell, basically got rid of pushed the United States out of places like Clark Air Base and Subic Bay, the naval base. Now the United States is coming back, and not surprisingly, you've got a Marcos, son of in power, pandering to the United States in that regard. So, the Philippines is playing a very dangerous game here. They are not necessarily ensured the support of the other countries in the region, because I know that
China already want the Philippines. Any attacks from their territory by the U.S., they definitely getting blown up.
Vietnam, Thailand do not necessarily see China as a problem. That's one of the reasons, for example, that both Thailand and Vietnam are moving towards BRICS. They're going to be in an economic union with China, not in economic warfare with China. So these steps by the United States and its NATO allies, foolish.
They got to
absolutely foolish
to make money.
Especially when we consider, for example, Japan. What is Japan is even though there are some voices inside Japan saying no expansion to NATO in Asia, but you have, of course, the South Koreans, the Philippines, Australia, and soon to be New Zealand moved into that sphere. And I'm like, okay, where this is headed? Just my big concern, Larry, is just I'm seeing the signs over the horizon as to what lies ahead for Asia.
Yeah,
this is why the Chinese are pushing back against this plan of NATO. Now, this leads me to talk about the recent trip of the Prime Minister of Hungary to China after he visited Moscow and had a one-on-one audience with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. What do you think transpired in that meeting?
Well, Orban's trying to insert himself as a mediator to bring an end to the war in Ukraine. And that's why he first went to Kiev and met with Zelensky and basically got the cold shoulder there. Then turned around and went to Moscow, had cordial conversations with Vladimir Putin, again trying to assess what is Putin's negotiating stance. What is he willing to concede? What is he not willing to concede? Is there any room for negotiation? Then he went to Beijing, doing the same thing, trying to take the temperature, find out, will we have the support of these guys? And what's it going to take to get a deal done? So I think all of that is it's a good sign on the part of Orban. But the problem is all of his other EU colleagues attacked him. I heard, I did not independently verify, that he had actually talked to some key NATO members and got the thumbs up from them to go ahead and do this, to sound out Russia, sound out China. And it may be that, countries like Germany and even France not wanting to get, or in Italy, not wanting to get on the bad side of the United States necessarily, sort of gave him the behind the scenes nod and a wink. Yeah, go ahead and do this, while publicly condemning him. But, it wouldn't be the first time politicians played a game like that where they lied to the public and said a different thing behind the scenes.
Yeah. Now, will the European Union be, or Parliament that is be in possession, because it will be a violation of the law, isn't it? To strip him out of the right for voting rights, since Hungary holds the presidency for the EU.
Hey, these laws, man, they're like toilet paper. Something you can just change and use to suit your convenience. I mean, they'll find a way around it. They're going to try to get rid of him because his pursuit of peace goes right against what most of them want to do.
Yeah. Well, shouldn't he just consider leaving NATO and EU altogether?
Well, I think, right now that may not necessarily make sense.
Yeah.
But with BRICS, the organization of BRICS is accelerating beyond just being a union of economic cooperation.
Yeah.
And I think it's well on its way to becoming a major political force, to the point that even Putin himself this week was talking about creating like a parliamentary assembly of BRICS nations, much like the European Council or much like the United Nations. In fact, I can see, if things continue on the current trend of the West, seeing how many people it can alienate in the global South, that you could see the BRICS creates an institution that will be independent of and actually more powerful than the United Nations with respect to operating in countries that are members of BRICS.
Very, very interesting aspect. Now, will this succeed into, especially, for example, the financial aspects of it, to unify those? Because that would be where the problem for the U.S., I'm assuming.
Yeah, they're trying to. So there are several things underway. One, the BRICS countries are trying to de-dollarize, which means no longer accept payments in dollars, and remove the dollar as the essential currency. They're talking about developing Bitcoin, where the BRICS nations would use Bitcoin as a way to settle accounts between them.
Yeah.
But countries like China are buying up enormous amounts of gold, so it's also the possibility of creating a new gold standard among the BRICS nations. The one thing that's certain is there are a variety of different international organizations, like the International Russophile Movement. Its Russian acronym is MIR, M-I-R, meaning peace. The SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which just met a couple of weeks ago. There are talks of that being folded in. So you could write all of these different disparate groups that have promoted multipolarity, multinodal activity, and cooperation. They could all come together under one umbrella that would be both a political, a military, and an economic force.
Yeah. Which will be a reflection of the new multipolar world order.
Absolutely.
That would be very...
Think of it this way right now.
Yeah.
Of the top 4 countries in terms of GDP based as measured by purchasing power parity, three of those four are BRICS nations. And when you look at you dig into the actual economies and figure out what do those economies thrive on? 75% of the U.S. economy is what they call the service industry. Service industry means, hey, David, would you like me to supersize that Coke, or would you just want or do you just want the regular fries? That's service industry, waiting on your tables, figure out what beer you want, what the cheeseburger do you want to have, selling you life insurance maybe, consulting. So it's work that doesn't necessarily create actual value in terms of creating things. It doesn't make planes, doesn't make trains, doesn't make cars, doesn't make phones. That just words and ideas. Whereas the BRICS nations, India, China's the number one manufacturing country in the world. India's not too far behind, and Russia, for its size, is a dominant, industrial power.
Well, speaking of Russia, I just read the report from the World Bank that their through Statistica, but it was internal report through the World Bank, that their GDP now per capita has increased in Russia to almost $15,000. It's 14,067, somewhere around those numbers, almost 15,000. And this right after the sanctions were imposed. It tells you the story right there. The sanctions have backfired on the West. So
exactly.
For those who just joining us here, I am having a conversation here with Larry Johnson. And by the way, just guys, prepare some of your questions for later on when we continue our conversation here. So I want to shift, Larry, to some statements that I heard during the NATO summit. And I usually pay close attention to those. One particular that caught my attention was when our incompetent president said that the U.S. is intended to place missiles in Germany by 2026. Right. Now, this reminds me of what we did in Philippines with the mid-range capacity missiles.
Yeah, the Tomahawks.
That's correct. We had them over there. Now we're going to have that in Germany. How do you see this playing out geopolitically and militarily, given that the defeat of Ukraine now is a fait accompli anyway? That's a done deal. It's just a question of when we're going to reach an agreement with the Russians. How do you see that Russia responding to this?
It better not happen, because if we decide to deploy those weapon systems, we're going to be looking at Cuba Missile Crisis 2.0. Russia will view those missiles in much the same way as the United States viewed Russian ballistic missiles in Cuba, as a direct existential threat to the United States. And Russia will act accordingly. I don't think it's actually going to get there, because part of that announcement was, hey, we're going to provide you hypersonic missiles too. But U.S. so far has been trying in vain to produce hypersonic missiles. I'm acquainted with one of the program managers for the hypersonic missile program. And I recall, gosh, it was this fall of 2022, him saying, oh yeah, we're going to have the hypersonic missile ready to go in 6 months. All right, here we are almost 2 years later. How's that hypersonic missile coming along? They're still not ready to launch. So the Tomahawks they're putting in there are old. They're not new.
Yeah.
But still, Russia would view it as an existential threat and probably take them out. And then that's why I think Germany, once that's made clear to Germany, I don't think the Germans want to go there.
So this is nothing but hypes, basically. That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, and the picture's changing now with J.D. Vance as Trump's vice president candidate.
Yeah.
So both Trump and Vance together, they're going to have a pretty united front against just funding NATO and trying to spike temperatures in Europe and other places.
Yeah. I was aware of J.D. Vance, the candidate now for the VP slot. I was aware of his position regarding the Ukraine war. He's not in support of that. He's not in support of it. But I'm wondering how the establishment is going to react to that.
Oh, they hate him. The establishment, they've already reacted. I call it the Rhino crowd, or the George W. Bush, Jeb Bush Republican crowd. They hate J.D. Vance because he doesn't embrace their worldview of having to go to war with everybody.
Yeah.
And a much more. He is much more in line with Donald Trump's views of stay at home, make America great, work on improving the lives of American citizens, get rid of illegal aliens, and tighten things up here at home before we go overseas, meddling, trying to tell people what to do.
So will it be fair, Larry, to say, hypothetically again, if Donald Trump wins the elections and now you have this new administration, would it be fair to say that the expansion of NATO to Asia won't happen, that the peace negotiations between Ukraine and Russia will enter into effect, and that the Trump administration will end this conflict regarding Ukraine once for all? Is there possibility to all this?
Yes. With the only exception I'd draw is with respect to the end of the war in Ukraine.
Yeah.
They're not going to sit. Ukraine and Russia are not going to sit down at a negotiating table as equals. Russia's going to hold all the cards. Ukraine's going to be basically in a position of having to surrender, and Russia will dictate terms. And it will dictate those terms in accordance with what it's telling Washington. It's not going to seek permission from Washington.
Yeah.
And Russia knows its interests, and it's going to pursue its own national interests because they no longer trust the West. And so Trump's going to have to do a lot more than just talk. He's going to have to make some concrete promises, and back those up.
I'm still having doubt, Larry, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm still having doubt when Trump says, well, I'll end the war in a day or two.
Right.
Come on, man. It doesn't work that way.
Well, he'll be able to cut off the funding immediately, and then he'll be able to order U.S. forces that are on the ground in Ukraine providing critical assistance to the Ukrainian military to get out of country. So that in and of itself will almost bring that war to a screeching halt, and that'll be just the start. So he's got some added leverage that once Zelensky realizes the gig is up, and he either, if he surrenders to the Russians, they could take him as a prisoner of war or as a human rights violator. So Zelensky's going to want to get the hell out of there, find safe haven someplace. So if he wants to come to the United States and find safe haven, good. Just recognize, you got to do what we tell you to.
Yeah.
So he's not in a good position for Zelensky.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's aware of that reality. But even with this, Larry, what will happen to, for example, now that the U.S. has been granted access to about 15 bases in Finland, which is right on the border with the Russians? So will, hypothetically, Trump reverse that decision?
Yeah, probably, if he gets his way with NATO. Because the key is all these countries got to kick up their not only their financial contributions, but their troop contributions. Because I was looking at the numbers the other day. Germany's at about 57,000 troops. United Kingdom's at 70,000. France is is the third largest army in NATO. US is largest, then Turkey, then France. Well, NATO is going to come to the realization that it's an anachronism. Its day has come and gone. It's no longer relevant to the modern world. So the United States breaking up NATO will be the least of their concerns, I believe.
Concerns for that, and that brings that. That's a good point, because you'll start to wonder what the heck NATO, a relic of the past, that is doing in today's reality that has no place in it whatsoever. So,
this is a lot like somebody with the horse cavalry trying to figure out what. We're going to get into Formula One racing and want to see how we can use these buggy whips.
It just doesn't work.
Good luck. Yeah, it's irrelevant. Thank you very much for playing, though.
Yeah, that's true. I want to get your take, Larry, and I know this is like far from our conversation about Asia, about the recent elections in Iran. And you got the new reformist, and he's a heart surgeon based on my research that I read up on him. And where do you see Iran's foreign policy moving forward in conjunctions with now we've been hearing a conversation about what about North Korea, Russia, China, and Iran forming an alliance, military one that is?
Well, they already have, Iran, Russia, China already have a de facto military alliance because Iran, China, and Russia have been conducting annual military exercises for at least the last 4 years. So you got to take that into account. That's significant. They've also conducted some land exercises together. So I think where Iran is headed right now, even under this new president, they're going to recognize that there's no path forward with the United States, at least right now.
Yeah.
And that their only path forward is by having a strong relationship with Russia and China. And I think that relationship is going to continue to expand because the relationship with Russia puts Russia in a position really to buck and break with the sanctions that have been imposed upon Iran.
Yeah.
But I think Russia and China and other countries in the global South, India, they're sick and tired of the United States saying, "Do this or else we're going to sanction you." It's like, you're not my mother, you're not my father. You're just another country. I'm another country, and you don't get to be in charge of me. Go screw off. That's where we're headed. That's where we're headed.
And it's becoming very old when we just dictate, we will sanction you if you don't do this and that.
Right.
Speaking of India, you mentioned India, and I'd like to have your take about the recent trip of the Prime Minister Modi to Moscow, which, by the way, he had a great welcome, a warm welcome from the Kremlin during his visits. What do you make out of all that, Larry? And what the message India is sending, if there is one?
Well, they're telling the United States to go pound sand. Because, recall that Modi's been under pressure from the United States to cut off ties to Russia. And that's the messaging that's coming out of Washington, D.C. And Modi answered that very clearly. Cut ties? No, I'm not cutting ties. I'm going to sit down with him, talking to him, and we're going to see what new agreements and relationships we can develop. Which, I don't understand the West being this stupid, the Americans being this stupid. I mean, some of your viewers disagree with me. Of course, we'd expect them to be that stupid.
Yeah.
But there have been warm, friendly relations between India and Russia that go back into, at least 54 years ago, when the president at the time, the Indian president, he was on a trip to Moscow, which was then part of the Soviet Union, and he died. I think he died in January of 1969. Is that right? No, I take that back. He probably died January of 1972. So in January of 1973, I know this for a fact, my wife was on a college winter tour program at the time, and she stayed with the family. The prime minister's name was Bandura Shastri, and she was staying in the home of Bandura Shastri a year after he had died. So they were commemorating and remembering his death in Moscow from a heart attack. So again, when you got the prime minister, 54 years ago going to the Soviets, they're maintaining good ties with the Soviets. In part because, India had the frictions with Pakistan, and Pakistan was seen as a hardcore supporter of the West, particularly America. Remember, the U-2 plane was based out of Pakistan, flying out of Pakistan air bases over the Soviet Union at that time. And Pakistan was seen as the big enabler of fighting the Mujahideen and Taliban well, with the United States.
Yeah.
So India's had sort of a natural affinity towards Russia, even going, back that far.
Interesting. I always tend to ask my guests, especially those who are familiar with this kind of topics here, about the possibility, and I'd like to have your take, Larry, the way you see it. Is there a possibility for India and China to sit down and sort of press the reset button regarding their differences so they can move sort of cohesively together as part of BRICS and so forth?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that process is underway. That's what we're seeing with BRICS and these other exchanges. So, as historians will look back on over this, let's say the last 100 years, and going back, actually go 110 years. Let's go back to 1914.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll come to the conclusion that an enormous amount of effort was expended by the United States and its European allies to promote wars and conflicts around the world. Instead of promoting peace, we were encouraging and inciting war between Iran and Iraq, between Pakistan and India, between India and China, between Saudi Arabia and Yemen, because it was a vested interest for both the military-industrial complex, as well as creating that kind of chaos in the world made it easier for the United States to maintain its dominant position.
Africa.
It's sick, it's cynical, but I think there's a lot of good circumstantial evidence to support that thesis.
And it certainly is coming to an end, given now the shifting sands of the geopolitical landscape that we are witnessing today. So I remain hopeful. The only question I always wonder, Larry, as one who's been dealing with this kind of topics for a while, I wonder how the U.S. is going to react to this new change on the global stage. Will we resist it, or will we cooperate in it?
We're not. That's the problem, David. We're not reacting at all. We're missing the boat. We're clueless. So if you had the special, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting 2 weeks ago, and significance of that is Belarus was brought in as a member, and I think Turkey was attending. So Turkey is clearly signaling that it's headed towards BRICS and towards Shanghai, and then ultimately Shanghai is going to be folded into BRICS, I believe. Well, this, they're not. What started off as being talked about an organization to seek an economic alternative, a financial alternative to being dependent on the dollar, is now accelerated into something that is not just financial, not just economic, but is geopolitical and military. Putin just the other day was talking about creating a parliament, a BRICS parliament, where all members of BRICS would have representatives elected and come there, and they would meet and discuss and pass legislation that would necessarily be pertinent to the members of BRICS. And right now, when you total up the BRICS membership in terms of its GDP and compare it to the GDP of the G7, which is the United States with Europe, a few countries in Europe and Japan, BRICS is now bigger than the G7. That wouldn't have been the case 8 years ago, 9 years ago. It's the case now. So you would think that the United States, confronted with this, seeing this thing's really developing and is taking off, that it would go, oh my God, we got to do something. We got to get involved with BRICS, maybe become a part of it, so you have a voice. But I see at some point whatever comes out of BRICS is going to supplant the United Nations. The countries of the global South, so most of Africa, a lot of Latin America, much of Asia, and they're gonna unite and stay away from the UN, because the chances that the Brits and the French would agree to that one of them must drop as a permanent member of the Security Council, and that another country from Asia should be added, such as India, or that another country in Africa, or a country in Africa should be added to the Security Council, say Nigeria or South Africa. Or maybe they come up with, we're going to have a continent-based membership. So North American continent gets one member, one permanent member. Europe gets one permanent member. Russia gets one permanent member. Asia gets one permanent member, and South America gets a permanent member.
Russia not a continent.
And then, from that, you then have other members of the world could come in. But, nobody's going to go for that. So the UN Security Council right now is completely ineffective, completely handcuffed. And by virtue of being handcuffed, because, U.S. can veto anything it doesn't like, and vice versa. So do the Chinese and Russians. But it doesn't really fairly represent what the world is. That's why I say BRICS is creating something that's going to be a new alternative, and more people are going to line up to be a part of it.
Well, it's kind of the change. We forced it due to our ill-conceived policies anyway, because we never had a strategy for the last 30, 40 years. And of course, the world had to change.
Self-inflicted wound.
Exactly. We shouldn't be blaming others. So,
we pulled the gun from our holster, had the finger on the trigger, and shot ourselves in the ass.
Yeah. Even though they always said, never put a finger on the trigger.
Until you got the gun pointed at what you intend to shoot.
You're right. Yeah. So, all right, let me take a few questions.
NATO is preparing for war with China. At its annual summit last week in Washington, D.C., the alliance laid out its plans to pivot toward the Pacific. We'll discuss this and more on the China Report. Welcome to the China Report, a new show produced in collaboration with Pivot to Peace. Every week, we'll be helping you sort through all the propaganda with an independent view of a country that we're taught to hate but know so little about. I'm your host, Amanda Yee, and this is my co-host, KJ No. KJ, good to see you again.
Good to see you, Amanda.
Why don't you kick us off with the headlines?
President Donald Trump was nearly assassinated during a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Immediately after the shooting, the New York Post blamed a Chinese man for the assassination attempt. It quietly changed its article after the identity of the shooter became known, without issuing a formal correction. New York State Senator Ai Wen-chu and the Chinese Civic Organization Committee of 100 have demanded a formal apology for the New York Post for this false reporting. New York State Assemblywoman Grace Lee also called for an apology, saying reckless false reporting like this perpetuates hate and violence against Asians. The Rupert Murdoch-owned New York Post has a long history of publishing sensationalist, false anti-China articles, a theme that is constant in his other media outlets, the Wall Street Journal, the Daily Telegraph, the Australian Sky News Australia, Fox News, and hundreds of other papers and outlets controlled by the media mogul's News Corp Corporation, where he's the chairman emeritus.
China blasts U.S. Tibet-China dispute bill, vows to defend its interests. On Friday, President Biden signed into law the Tibet Dispute Act, which gives recognition to the notion of Greater Tibet and pressures China to secure a negotiated agreement on the Himalayan region. Tibet is part of China, though this new law appears to put that position into question. China's foreign ministry has responded by stating that the law grossly interferes in China's domestic affairs, undermines China's interests, and sends a severely wrong signal to the Tibet independence forces. Such attempts will never succeed, the spokesperson continued, adding, if the U.S. continues down the wrong path, China will take resolute measures to firmly defend its sovereignty, security, and development interests. In the 1950s and 60s, the CIA used feudal Tibetan theocratic elites to foment an armed secessionist uprising against the newly formed PRC, training thousands of guerrillas in Colorado and airlifting vast amounts of weapons and materials for war.
6,000 assembly workers of Samsung Electronics Union braved monsoon downpours last week to protest working conditions. The union has declared an indefinite strike, the first in the 63-year-old history of the company. Samsung Electronics, which manufactures chips, phones, and consumer electronics, is the flagship corporation of Samsung, one of the largest conglomerates in South Korea. Samsung was an integral part of the corporate military dictatorship alliance that developed South Korea, and the country is sometimes referred to as the Republic of Samsung. Samsung assembly workers, many of whom are women in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, are striking for a wage increase and a defined bonus structure. Previously, work
Revolutionary salute y'all, brother Curtis Mitchell, for the $5 donation to the war chest. He say small hats for real. It's absolutely them pulling all the strings. They everywhere. They in power. Appreciate the donation. Appreciate the donation to the war chest, brother. Revolution is a way of life.
Workers, for whom bonuses constitute up to half of their salaries, found that these bonuses were not tied to their own productivity, but rather to the market profitability of the division, something they have no control over. In the past year, Samsung saw losses of 80% in its memory chip division due to its being forced to comply with US chip sanctions on China that were aimed to undermine China's tech industry. The company socialized these market losses due to its corporate policy, cutting expected bonuses from 50 to 100% of salary to 25, 12.5%, or even 0%. This year saw a rebound with AI market boosted profits, and workers sought to recoup previous losses, demanding a salary increase and an end to the unfair bonus system. Korean corporations such as Samsung, SK Hynix, and Taiwan's TSMC are key players in the US's attempt to box out China technologically as the US escalates to war against China.
Cuba and China expand cooperation. Visiting Beijing this week, Cuban Deputy Prime Minister Jorge Luis Tapia noted the prospects to expand cooperation with China, specifically in the agricultural sector. The Deputy Prime Minister stated the new possibilities of Chinese training and technical assistance, obtaining seeds with highly productive potential, and accessing new technologies. Presidents Xi Jinping and Miguel Diaz-Canel have both identified the agri-food sector as a prioritized area to address Cuba's need for food sovereignty. Currently, the island nation imports 70% of its food. In Beijing, Tapia visited several poultry and pork companies and production centers, which are leaders in the application of science, innovation, automation, and biotechnology.
China's State Council passed new regulations on rare earths to improve the tracking and export of these rare earth elements. The implementation of the new regulations will deepen supply-side reform, ensure the safety and stability of the strategic resource industry supply chain, allowing China to gain bargaining power in the unfair international high-tech competition, according to a commentator in the Global Times. It is widely assumed that these new regulations will make it difficult for sanctioned US firms to access these metals from China. Lockheed Martin and Raytheon Technologies have been banned from buying China's rare earth metals and elements that are essential in creating the destructive technologies of these weapons manufacturers.
China sanctions 6 U.S. defense companies for Taiwan arms sales. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that it was sanctioning 6 American defense companies and their top executives for their involvement in a recent U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. The 6 companies in question are Anduril Industries, Maritime Tactical Systems, Pacific Rim Defense, Avex Aerospace, LKD Aerospace, and Summit Technologies. Their China-based assets will be frozen. According to the ministry's statement, these arms sales seriously violate the One China principle and interfere in China's internal affairs and undermine the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Chinese customs officers caught a man trying to smuggle 104 live snakes in his pants from Hong Kong into China, local media reported last Tuesday. The man attempted to pass through the customs at Shenzhen through the nothing to declare line. Upon inspection, Chinese customs officers found 6 plastic bags stuffed with milk snakes, Western hognose snakes, corn snakes, Texas rat snakes, and bull snakes. Certification is required to bring in snakes that are non-native to China into the country.
All right, and now to our main story. Last week, NATO held its annual summit in Washington, D.C., where representatives from the alliance met with partner countries and they discussed policy as well as the strategic direction of the alliance. Now, KJ, I don't know if you noticed this, but I found that a lot of the media focus during this time, it focused a lot on Biden's gaffes during the summit. For instance, Biden calling Ukraine President Zelensky Putin, Biden addressing Kamala Harris as Vice President Trump. And of course, that makes sense because these are the things that get clicks. But I found that it kind of overshadowed, like what was actually discussed at the summit, which is very, very alarming, right? What was actually discussed was like further militarization of the Pacific, driving us toward not only war with Russia and China, but closer to like nuclear war. And out of this summit, NATO released their Washington Summit Declaration, which outlines a lot of their political and military priorities for the upcoming year. So, KJ, I'm just curious, what were your key takeaways from this summit, from this declaration, and, just your overall thoughts of what transpired last week at the summit?
I think you're absolutely right, Amanda. There was a focus on the superficial optics of the summit rather than the actual agenda and the policies that came out of it. And if we look at the language of the Washington Summit Declaration, it is really quite chilling. Essentially, the declaration, which of course, as to be expected, is full of mendacity. It claims that NATO is defensive, democratic, it upholds international law, which it is none of those things. It is an aggressive alliance. It is not democratic, certainly not in any meaningful sense. And it is a serial violator of international law, most notably in the multiple wars of aggression that it has waged. But one of the key things that I want to highlight is that, among other things, it declares that NATO will be coming into Asia, that it is essentially creating an alliance, an Asian NATO alliance, and that this will significantly escalate the risks of war. If you read the language, it is incredibly critical of China. They state that, the People's Republic of China, China's stated ambitions and coercive policies continue to challenge our interests, security, and values. They are a cause for profound concern. And of course, they have blamed China for decisively enabling the
revolutionary salute to our queen, Nina 81 True. She said, "Greetings, King. While we're listening for 2 hours, organizing shoes and clothes. Okay, keep bringing appreciation and gratitude for all you do, and I appreciate the revolutionary donation to the war chest and you supporting the platform. Revolution is a way of life, and I absolutely appreciate your coin. Salute."
the war in Ukraine. All of these things are certifiably incorrect, but these assertions were put forth without any challenge in the media.
Yes. Ukraine and China were the main focuses of the declaration. In the declaration, it noted that, NATO and its allies, they're going to pledge, $40 billion or 40 billion euros, toward the war in Ukraine in the next year. And as you mentioned, NATO is pivoting toward the Pacific. It outlines that NATO will expand its so-called partnerships into the Indo-Pacific. In other words, increase the military encirclement of China, right? And they're seeking to institutionalize the partnership of what they call the Indo-Pacific Four, which includes Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, I believe. And it's also calling for enhancement of its anti-ballistic missile systems. It's calling for strengthening its nuclear capability. And it's, of course, inching us closer and closer to nuclear war.
Exactly. They're talking about enhancing NATO's deterrence and defense in all domains, in multiple strategic directions across the Euro-Atlantic area, as well as in Asia. They're talking about preparing for high intensity, multi-domain collective defense. They're talking about including decisive battle munitions, air and missile defense, air surveillance capacity. They're talking about moving, reinforcing, supplying, sustaining forces, etc. So this is very, very aggressive language. It really is preparation for war.
Yes. And another point that I think we should definitely discuss is that it called NATO, this declaration, it called China a decisive enabler of Russia's war in Ukraine, right? And it issued the strongest indictment so far of China. And it accuses China of providing not necessarily providing weapons, but dual-use technologies. Dual-use technologies, meaning chips, sensors, and other forms of technology that Russia can use in weaponry in its war in Ukraine. And, it's really important to note here that China is not providing weapons to Russia. And the NATO officials, they recognize this, they acknowledge this. Rob Bauer, who's the chair of NATO's military committee, is quoted in Foreign Policy shortly after the summit. He said, China's not giving weapons yet, but basically they give everything that makes a weapon. And therefore, they are complicit as well. So, the outgoing NATO chief, Jens Stoltenberg, he claimed in a press conference last week that these components are being used to manufacture weapons for Russia. And of course, China hit back, and they were quoted as saying 72% of Russian-made weapons come from U.S. companies. How does the U.S. explain that? And so I read this quote and, I found it really remarkable. So I had to do some research on it. And it's actually true. They're not providing, the US is not providing weapons necessarily. But a study released earlier this year found that despite Western sanctions, 95% of all components found in Russian weapons that were found on the battlefield, they came from producers in Western coalition countries, with 72% accounted for by US-based companies alone. So while NATO and the US accuse China of supplying Russia with these component parts, these dual-use technologies, in order to sustain the war in Ukraine, it's actually the US doing this. And, we said this in last week's episode, and we always say this, but, every US accusation against China is a confession. And this is just another example of that.
I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, these war profiteers are making money coming and going. Certainly, if you want to accuse China of supplying components, you really have to acknowledge that it's the US which is supplying the vast, majority of the components that are used in Russian weapons. And, the term dual use is really a misnomer. You know, I have a pencil here. I can use it to write a love letter, or I can stab myself in the eye with it. Everything ultimately is dual use. But what they're doing is they're singling out China for something that the US itself is doing, and which most of the countries on the planet are doing. Most of the countries on the planet are engaging in normal trade with Russia. That's at least 140 countries that refuse to go along with US sanctions. And there's nothing in that which is specifically, quote unquote, decisively enabling war. But on the other hand, NATO and the US are not only responsible for supplying weapons, they're responsible for supplying information, they're supplying trainers, and they're also responsible for the escalation that triggered the war itself. So for the United States and NATO to somehow put the blame on China for the war, or you know, enabling the war, is hypocrisy of just kind of mind-blowing. It's just mind-blowing hypocrisy. And it reminds me, I'm sorry for the analogy, it reminds me, there was in San Francisco in 2012, there was a cyclist. He ran through 3 or 4 red lights, and then he barreled into an intersection where people were crossing, and he killed one of the pedestrians. And after he did that, he said that it was the fault of somebody on the other side of the street who had gotten off the bus. This is similar to NATO. NATO has blasted through all of Russia's red lines. It's enabled, it's facilitated, it's triggered, it's supplying, it's enabling and maintaining.
Revolutionary salute to Nina 812 for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
The war, and somehow it feels the need to blame China, who is essentially a neutral party, who, as they assert, is not responsible, did not create the war, is not a party to the war. Extraordinary hypocrisy.
Extraordinary hypocrisy. And you mentioned this a few minutes ago, but I think it's really important to highlight, that NATO frames itself as a defensive alliance. If you read through this declaration, it almost feels like it's speaking in code, right? The language that it uses, it's a very aggressive policy. All these policies are really calling for more and more military buildup. It's driving us closer to nuclear war. It's driving us closer to a direct confrontation with Russia and China. But everything is couched in the language of defense and security and deterrence. And throughout the document, NATO, frames itself as a defensive alliance, which is really ridiculous. It's very backwards, where you read it and up seems like down, down seems like up. But NATO, of course, is not a defensive alliance. It's an imperialist offensive alliance. And if you look at its history, you would know that to be true. It started in the Soviet Union, or it started during the Cold War to thwart, influence of the Soviet Union. And then after the Cold War ended and the Soviet Union dissolved, it kind of...
Amanda, I disagree. I wouldn't say it was designed to thwart the Soviet Union. It was actually an aggressive alliance designed to ensure capitalism was successful in Europe and to prevent the rise of socialist movements. We can see that in movements like, Operation Gladio, the dirty wars, the terror against leftists. And we should also highlight that NATO preceded the Warsaw Pact. So it actually preceded any quote unquote threat that the Soviet Union posed. In fact, good documentation from that period shows that the NATO leadership was very, very clear and aware that the Soviet Union did not have expansionist tendencies. And they went ahead and created this extraordinarily belligerent military alliance anyway.
Right. And, after the Cold War ended, NATO and the arms industry kind of work hand in hand, right? And so after the Cold War ended, these arms dealers there was no market for it anymore. And so they kind of drove NATO to adapt, to drive the neocon agenda. And so it was these arms manufacturers that really lobbied Congress and Washington to push NATO eastward. And so pushing that eastward expansion was what created this lucrative market for the arms dealers, really. And so, everything that NATO does is for the sake of these military contractors. And so the Washington Declaration, for example, it calls for a buildup of more anti-ballistic missiles in Poland and Romania, I believe. Well, who are the ones that make these missiles in the first place? It's Lockheed Martin, right? And so another thing that is highlighted in the declaration, which I didn't know and I found really shocking, was that it now requires the majority of NATO countries to spend at least 2% of their GDP on so-called defense, right? And so Canada has been under a lot of pressure from NATO because they haven't been meeting that requirement. And I read this article in CBC, which is the Canadian Broadcasting Company. It kind of talked about how Canada was not meeting this 2% GDP requirement. And in this article, NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg, he scolded the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, over not meeting that requirement. And it said, Stoltenberg said he understood the political reflex to spend on health and infrastructure, but allies still need to prioritize defense investments. I mean, that's the craziest thing I've ever read, right? Here he is scolding the Prime Minister of Canada for spending too much on things like healthcare, doctors, bridges, roads, infrastructure. And not spending it on what's really important, which is, this upcoming military confrontation with China. And I think that quote really shows you where NATO's priorities are. And it's the same thing in the US, right? Here, infrastructure is crumbling. People are struggling to make rent. We're being pushed toward deeper and deeper austerity, but there's no money to address people's needs. There's no money to help people pay their rent, no money for childcare, but there's always more money for war. There's always more money to give to Israel to further its genocide in Gaza. There's always more money to Ukraine. So I think, it's an incredibly bonkers statement, but it really shows you where NATO's priorities lie.
Yeah, I think bonkers is an understatement here. I mean, absolutely. It is absurd from top to bottom. They talk about, preserving security and safety. I mean, as if infrastructure and social welfare is not necessary for the safety and security of a population. It's in fact the first priority if you really had, quote unquote, the values that NATO is pompously postulating here. But I think you're absolutely right here. I think that this kind of extraordinary military expenditure, I mean, it's the guns and butter debate, right? I mean, if you spend on weapons of destruction, you do not have money to pay for the necessary social necessities to maintain a sane and functioning society. Now, already, even before these increases, the United States by itself spends more on its military than 190 countries combined. The US by itself spends more than 190 countries combined. But if you add the US military budget plus the NATO budget, essentially you have something which is such a monstrously asymmetric, overfunding, bloated monstrosity that it just really tells us, what the values of this organization is. Essentially, it is the military arm of U.S. imperialism and U.S. capitalism, and it is sending the clear message that it is determined to continue war in Ukraine and escalate to kinetic war against China. And that's a very, very frightening thing. The other thing I'll say is, you mentioned earlier about nuclear threats. If you read Article 9, which is on their nuclear, quote, deterrence policy, they talk about modernizing nuclear capabilities, strengthening nuclear capacity and planning, taking all necessary steps. They highlight that they are a nuclear alliance and that they are committed to ensuring that strategic stability and collective security. I mean, this is very, very threatening language. They say that their posture is based on an appropriate mix of nuclear, conventional, and missile defense capabilities, complemented by space and cyber capabilities, etc. All of this points out that we're in this situation of extraordinarily heightened hostility and militarization, and I think it's I think it's very important for us to draw attention to this.
Absolutely. It's a dangerous escalation a dangerous period that we're heading into. And as they say, there's always money for war, but not today.
Rachel, thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the show.
Always good to have you. Now, I want to get your take on the latest here. I know there has been a lot in the news cycle, and it's obviously no secret that NATO views Russia as a major threat. But in a recent interview, we got to hear from Polish President Andrzej Duda, who referred to Russia as NATO's greatest threat and even warned that an imminent war between Russia and NATO could happen if Kiev fails to secure victory in its conflict with Moscow. What do you think he means by that? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's really any possibility at this point, given the way things stand, of Kiev achieving victory. So is he saying that a war is already going on, and what does that look like?
Yeah, that's interesting, particularly since the outgoing Secretary General of NATO, Stoltenberg, reiterated for what he has done several times and says that Russia is no direct military threat to NATO. So what's really going on here? Russia is a threat to NATO when you consider that NATO's primary reason for existence, raison d'être right now, is to serve as a political and military platform for the projection of power in support of US-led Western global hegemony. In that case, yeah, obviously Russia's not on board with that. So yes, it is a threat in so fact as resistance to hegemony is a threat to hegemony. But it's very interesting that Duda's comments. He did indeed talk. I mean, we've heard from his own Donald Tusk as a part of his government, who has previously been on board with comments by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and German generals we heard, and the Estonian defense minister, who have all said that every NATO country has troops on the ground in Ukraine, right? Where they're probably dozens and hundreds rather than thousands yet. But I mean, that's already a reality. There already is a shadow war under the proxy war going on. The question is, when does it become an open war? And Duda seemed to give us the answer to that this week when he suggested that if Russia gains the permanent upper hand, or Russia achieves a victory over the Kiev regime in Ukraine. Then it would mean war with NATO. He was pretty explicit about that. So I think that's what's on the cards, that ultimately NATO countries will use the Kiev regime in Ukraine to forcibly conscript every last Ukrainian, till the last Ukrainian that they can wring out of it. But if Russia is still not exhausted at that point, then they are making contingency plans to intervene directly themselves at that point. It's not now, it's not next month, it's probably not this year, but at some point down the line. And we've seen so many signs of that, from the US constructing these giant new military bases, one in Romania on the Ukrainian border, that is supposed to be the largest NATO military base in Europe when it's done. These constructions of land corridors that we were told about, the building of new highways up the Black Sea coast, and numerous other upgrades of the military-industrial complex. The U.S. announcing that it's putting intermediate-range missiles, Tomahawk cruise missiles, hypersonic missiles in Germany. All of this points to what NATO sees, much as the U.S. has talked many times that they view a potential conflict with China off China's own coast in the South China Sea and Taiwanese Straits as an inevitability. I think there's enough people in NATO, or shall we say NATO member states, that view a conflict with Russia in the short to medium term as an inevitability as well.
Wow. And yeah, it makes me wonder too, even just looking at Poland, because I know that the warning coming from these EU leaders is that Russia is going to try to take over all of Europe, right? They've been saying this for years now, even though Putin's made that clear that that's not his goal. But he has talked a lot about wanting to create that cordon sanitaire, that buffer zone. Do you think that Poland sees that as something that they're concerned about, because they're realizing right now we've got a very big buffer zone? If that becomes a lot smaller, then that puts them a lot closer to direct conflict with Russia. And it almost seems like they're trying to send out the signal to they're looking at the US and going, I know you're not right here on the map, you're all the way over here and you're enjoying that distance, but it's becoming very real for us and you need to take this seriously.
See, the funny thing is they have been attempting to drag Ukraine by hook or crook since 2008 into NATO, which puts NATO right up on Russian borders. And here we see the same people talking out of both sides of their mouth. This, it used to be called the neocon position in the US. Now it's just everyone in the US and Europe within the existing foreign policy elites. But the argument for bringing Ukraine into NATO now, like today, yesterday, is that Russia wouldn't dare attack then because NATO. And then yet, if the Kiev regime loses the new, we have to fight them over there before, so we don't have to fight them over here, Cold War trope is that Putin will just go further because Putin is Hitler and Putin wants to take over the world. I mean, that's the narrative that they're pushing. The reality is, and they can't say it to their own people, we geopolitically flipped Ukraine in 2014 with the Maidan Putsch, and we're not going to back down from that. We don't believe that our hegemony can withstand the reputational damage as seen as having lost to Russia and Ukraine, and we're prepared, or at least some people within the West are prepared to go all the way on that line down to direct conflict if that's what it takes at this point. They can't tell their own people that we're going to fight Russia in Ukraine, because let's be frank, once that starts, then it cannot stay just restrained to Ukraine, right? It will immediately go beyond that. So they don't even really have to maintain that facade, that lie for very long. But the question isn't that Russia has territorial. Russia didn't want to territorially conquest Ukraine. It, for a decade, tried to push the Donbass back into Ukraine under terms of political reconciliation that protected the political, cultural, and religious rights of the people of East Ukraine. But they're finding themselves that they have to take Ukraine now, because if they don't, whatever's left will be dragged into NATO, or even if it's not, de facto turned into a NATO battle platform. And they keep talking porcupine strategy, like with Taiwan. As soon as there's a break in the conflict of any kind, we will shove so many weapons into that, that would make all the rivers that we've sent so far, seem a trickle in comparison. So Russia really has no choice at this point. And because they've put so much geopolitical capital on the line, Russia can't win. It would be a loss for NATO. They don't believe that they can either. And so there's really no room to back down at this point. No one's even conceptualizing of an exit ramp.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me when NATO is in this place where they're terrified to lose, and you're like, you picked this fight, right? You were the ones who started this. It didn't have to be like this. In fact, Russia did everything they possibly could to stop it from getting to this point, and you refused, and you wanted this fight. So now you're going to have to deal with the.
Not only did they pick it, they picked it as a land-centric, artillery-heavy war of attrition on Russia's border. They gave Russia the war that it could win against NATO in. There's this old line from Princess Bride: never get involved in a war when a war with Asia, a land war in Asia, is the line. Well, they picked a land war in Asia against the country that's been preparing for a land war in Eurasia since 1945.
Yeah, that's a good point. And maybe the first Princess Bride quote I've had on this show. But speaking of all roads lead to Ukraine, there's also some talk that Ukraine could be involved in what's happening here in the US, which is, of course, the recent assassination attempt on former President Trump. And I know that we're all kind of in this place right now where we're looking at what we know. The FBI says, okay, it was carried out by this lone gunman, and he seems to have no social media presence, no manifesto, no political affiliation, also notably no training when it comes to shooting. But we were also hearing from former Ukrainian opposition leader Viktor Medvedchuk, and he is warning that Ukraine could have been involved in the attack because he said that Trump is a personal enemy of the Ukrainian neo-Nazi Zelensky. What do you make of those comments there? I know it may seem a little far-fetched, but does Zelensky want Trump dead, essentially?
Okay, so let's start with who Viktor Medvedchuk is, right? Viktor Medvedchuk was the leader of the largest opposition to the Maidan parties in Ukraine. He was the leader of the opposition bloc Party for Life, right? That is now banned, like every other real opposition party in the country. It essentially was the remnants of the old Party of Regions, the party that had won the elections in Ukraine in 2010 and was overthrown in the West-backed Maidan Putsch in 2014 and then lustrated out of existence. They reformed eventually, they reconstituted, and Viktor Medvedchuk led that. Viktor Medvedchuk is a Russian-speaking East Ukrainian, right? He is looks favorably on the Russian government. There's convincing evidence that he's actually close to Putin himself. But he represented the views of East Ukrainians who don't want to be enemies with Russia, certainly, not at war with them. And it is these people whose political voice has been extinguished by banning media, by banning political parties, by shelling them, by everything else since 2014. When the opposition bloc, just in the year and a half before the conflict, before Russia intervened in the Ukrainian civil conflict in 2022, Medvedchuk's opposition bloc party started becoming more popular, and the first polls emerged showing that it was becoming more popular than Zelensky's own Servant of the People party. Well, they couldn't have that. So the regime suddenly found Viktor Medvedchuk guilty of vague terms of treason, being, i.e., not wanting to be enemies of Russia. It has to be said that Zelensky found all the leaders of the major opposition parties, even Poroshenko's European Solidarity Maidan party, guilty of treason. Anyone who was a leader of a party that threatened him was guilty of treason against him, at least. The opposition bloc was eventually banned completely. Viktor Medvedchuk was abused while in custody, and eventually he was traded to Russia. A Ukrainian opposition leader was traded to Russia as a prisoner of war in a prisoner of war exchange, where he's been in exile since. And obviously, he does not have good feelings towards the regime in Kiev for both personal, political, and national, concern reasons. So the argument that he made, he didn't present any evidence of this. It's not an impossibility, but it does seem unlikely, considering, admittedly, what little we know so far about the assassin to be in Butler, Pennsylvania, against Donald Trump. The case he made more was motivation. Cui bono, who benefits? And yes, obviously the Kiev regime would benefit. They are obviously, whatever they may say, terrified of a Trump presidency, even more of a Trump-Vance presidency, and that could end, complete full U.S. support for their proxy regime there. Other than that, what his letter to Trump actually did was highlighted the political, religious, linguistic, media repression that the people of East Ukraine have suffered under this regime, and basically asked Trump to help free them of it. And at the same time, he was also pointing out how the Kiev regime has a established policy of assassinations, right? At the same weekend that Donald Trump attempted assassination, Kirill Budanov, the genocidal military intelligence chief of the Kiev regime, I like the dark Budanov, he openly admitted that they've been trying to assassinate Putin. They just haven't had any luck yet. And he's previously admitted to assassinations of Russian citizens, civilians in Russia. And there's also been the admission that they've assassinated hundreds of East Ukrainians, officials, activists, political leaders, whoever was against the Maidan. And then do we even need to mention the Mirotvorets kill list, right, with liquidated right across those who killed, and the recent attempted assassination of Robert Fico in Slovakia, domestically apparently, but over the issue of Ukraine. So obviously this all presents a compelling and personal appeal narrative to Trump. So we don't have any evidence of this yet, and myself, I would be a little bit surprised knowing what we know now if it was true, but he does make a compelling case for the toxic nature of this regime in Kiev, and is making a justified attempt to tie in the regime's animosity with him, with the potential for future such attempts in the future.
Yeah, that's good to keep in mind, and I appreciate the explanation there because, yeah, when it comes to Butanov coming out and being like, "Oh yeah, we've been trying to assassinate Putin, we just haven't done it successfully," and you're going, "Are you looking for a death wish there?" Maybe he is on his end, and I know that we have at least Politico is reporting here that there could be more attempts to target Trump, and apparently there are reports going around saying that Iran was trying to target him as well. So,
Okay, so yeah, they came out with this statement that, Iran wants to assassinate Trump, even though they didn't have anything to do with this assassination. They might want to assassinate him too, based on a tip, right? Can we say someone in Israel or IPAC said, hey, we know Trump doesn't like Iran. Iran did this. Now, that's not to say that Iran doesn't have just cause. Trump did order the targeted assassination of the Iranian IRGC commander, Qasem Soleimani, and several Iraqi generals who were killed at the same time. It must be said, of the popular mobilization units that had been brought into the regular military. They've got good reason to, but everything that we've seen, including their immediate response up till now, says that they have taken a much more measured response. So while that's not impossible, it seems unlikely, and it seems more than likely that Israel is looking for any opportunity to drag the U.S. into conflict with Iran, and by pointing the finger and trying to associate this assassination attempt on Trump with Iran, they're hoping to direct a big arrow in Trump's direction, pointing to Iran if he gets elected, as is widely expected in November. And that's the way I see it thus far. Again, it's not that Iran doesn't have good reason to, and it's not completely impossible, but that's not my reading of what is happening here. This seems more like Israel trying to kick up some feces again.
Right. And it was almost more funny because they were going, well, we had enhanced security because of that threat. And you're going, this was your enhanced security? Exactly.
Wow. The entire Secret Service needs to be fired then. If you heard the statement from the director saying, well, it was a sloping roof and it would have been a hazard to our personnel to have them stationed on a sloping roof, so we didn't have anyone up there. If that is true, and I'm willing to believe in supreme incompetence, but there had better be an accounting there. There had better be an accounting.
Yeah, it is just insane that was even able to play out. Now, before I let you go, I did want to ask you about another story that came up, and that is this announcement that Ukraine's 3rd Assault Brigade, which of course includes fighters from the notorious neo-Nazi Azov Regiment, has announced plans to embark on a European tour that includes cities in Poland, Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, the Czech Republic, and Lithuania. Participants at the events will be able to speak with Ukrainian soldiers to learn the truth about serving in the brigade and hear stories from the front lines. I just want to get your reaction to that.
Do me a favor. Google Azov and Reconquista. This is the Azov's official plan that is widely out there on the internet. Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty even did a piece on it back in 2019, I believe. They intend to spread their fascist revolution to Europe and the United States once they are done wiping Russia out. And they're quite open about it.
The world.
This is their proud fascist revolution. They want to spread it to Europe. So it's Reconquista, Azov. Elena Semeniaka, their international secretary, whom I had the misfortune of knowing personally back in 2013 before this whole crazy train ride started. And at the time, I'm like, she's a fascist, right? I mean, she's the ideological underpinning behind this and that has spoken and written about it, but it's widely out there. And on the initial legs of this opening, the thing is, the Western media keeps telling us, oh, Azov, they're not really neo-Nazis anymore. They've changed. with their whitewashed. They're just a heroic Ukrainian military unit now. Well, on this PR tour, we already have an Azov member on this tour posing for a picture as he's visiting Auschwitz with a quote, a t-shirt bearing a prominent quote from Adolf Hitler on it. It says right across his back, "Where we are, there is no place for anyone else." No, but they're not.
Especially black people. This is who the U.S. is for.
Wow, that is insane. And the fact that I'm looking at these countries going, okay, Germany, Poland, Lithuania, yeah, they know what they're
That's
doing.
Joe Biden army.
No, they do.
Azov
They are
guy.
openly supporting Nazis.
His
They're okay with it.
proud
The
of.
truth is, they all did it before in the 1950s. Operation
Good old
Red
Joe.
Sox, which has been made public information now with Freedom of Information requests. Politico even did an article on it. The CIA attempted to spark an insurgency in Ukraine against the Soviet Union using SS veterans from Ukraine, from these same ideological air battalions, and which is probably what really kicked off the Cold War in the first place. But this has all happened before. Let's just hope it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, certainly a lot to learn from what we've already been through up until this point, and a lot of moving parts here all around. I really appreciate you taking the time to join me today to break down all of the latest international relations and
Cool figure. Follow me.